Ho's mad. Uh,
On hose
we
mad.
Yeah, we woke up after a party of both thanking God or the gods that were alive, as well as mourning the passing of our captain and a few of our fellow crew members. After that, we had a meeting where First Mate John Skelton told us about the new idea of we were no longer privateers, we were going to become pirates. Uh, Mr. Gilligan also spoke during that meeting and said we also should start developing trade routes and trade agreements to sell our ill-gotten gain. We then broke up and had brunch, and then Mr. Matthias Brixton, met with Mr. Henry Gilligan, who was waiting for Mr. Lachlan Boxton? Mr. Lockbox. Mr. Lockbox to bring him back his ledger. Uh, Upon bringing him back his ledger, the three of them went over to a shaded clump of trees where Matthias informed the other two of a letter he found in the personal quarters of the captain of Castellan that Don Jose killed. Um, we then decided to take that letter to First Mate Skelton, much to Mr. Gilligan's chagrin, and everybody else went to start building the camp because this island is going to be our permanent base.
Yes.
Uh, Mr. Bowden built a Vestin hunting cabin. Um, let's see. I don't remember if this was the first or second day, but Jaeger and Don Jose built a clinic and a warehouse.
It's not as much clinic as just a large place to store people. It's not
Yeah,
really
but
specified yet.
it's currently being used as a medical clinic.
Yeah,
It's
it is definitely for
yeah.
storing patients.
Yeah. Lockbox built a longhouse for himself. And another thing that I forget.
Was there
But
a wood
yeah, that's attached to Jaeger's house.
which one is Jaeger's house?
Jaeger's house is Jaeger's house plus it's a woodworking
Carpentry shop.
carpentry shop. He also has, I don't actually think it's attached. I think he has a detached wood. I don't think it's a fully built warehouse, but a place where we put wood that we chop down.
Well,
Yeah,
how
wood
much was in the
storage.
wood? Can anyone remember? I think was it like 25 out of 50 or something?
It
I
had
think
a max.
so.
It had a max capacity of 50. We started out with about 30. 6 was used. That brought us down to 24. 5 more was used, but then a lot of people went wood cutting the next day, so we're at 26, I think.
26.
Look at these people remembering shit.
It's almost like I just listened to the last session
Okay.
before this one.
Hmm.
Uh,
Are there any other houses or buildings
Wait,
yet?
yes.
do that?
Bowden and I helped finish Matthias's house because he helped us with the sheep.
Right.
We also have a sheep pen by the Vestin hunting cabin.
Right. One
Um,
sec.
Yep.
So, see, this is the part where normally you'd be like, and where can one listen to this, Berto? But of course, if you know the answer to that, like if you're listening to this, you already know the answer to that. So,
Yeah.
well.
Where how many sheep was it? I think it had space for a couple hundred, right?
No, it had space for 40 sheep. We
Okay.
had 12.
Ooh.
Yeah, because I rolled.
One of
really
them is
well
named
on
Batman.
No,
Did we ever
no,
figure
it's
out how
not.
much
I
wool we
refuse.
could get from those 12 sheep?
Yes, we did. It is between 24 to 360 pounds of wool annually.
What I'll probably do is be fairly generous if you're just making stuff with the wool. If you're trading it, then we'll keep a bit of a heavier eye on it.
I would say with our first couple shearings, it will be us just making stuff with the wool,
Yeah.
but it will eventually become a trade commodity.
Most likely what would happen is, I doubt you'd trade the wool, you'd probably refine the wool, and then trade the...
If our colony gets advanced enough, sure, but we need...
You need to be able to refine it first.
Yeah.
Yeah. I would say currently, like, if you do shear any of the sheep, they're probably just gonna end up as bedding, so...
Yeah. I mean, that's pretty much what we were planning for it right now.
Yeah. Any other buildings? There was someone's house. Oh, Matthias's house.
Yeah, and Matthias's house, Don Jose has a house that's hasn't been fully finished yet, but we've started on. Obviously Jaeger has a house. Brooks has a forge.
Well, it's not quite that advanced just yet. I want it to
you
be.
have the starting of a forge and a lean-to because you decided to build the structure for a forge.
No, it was effectively building the kind of proper house and then setting up my tools that I've been using to repair stuff outside.
I'll call it a forge shop.
Sure.
Essentially, like, you know...
Call it a smithy. That sounds more realistic. I don't think I'm going to be smelting any iron anytime soon. Unless I've somehow managed to build a furnace.
Not with that attitude.
Who had the workshop?
Which workshop? I have a table and a stool that I can do minor repairs on black powder weapons.
Yeah.
There's a breezeway.
So you're
attached.
I'm the weapon. Right.
Yeah, there's a breezeway attached to the Viking lodge, the Viking hunting cabin.
Yeah.
And that's enclosed with tarps and stuff.
Okay. I think that's about where we were.
Yeah, Lockbox was working on building a stone stove. But we are supposed to start by voting on the Council for the Accord this session.
Yeah.
Okay, so a little bit of opportunities for backstabbing, but purely of the political kind.
Yeah.
Brooks is getting really stabby.
Is it Brooks or Damn Man? It's hard to tell sometimes. Yes. Yeah.
I mean, in all honesty, Brooks has been rather calm at the minute. It's just he's seeing the opportunity to, get someone to pay him to do something he's relatively good at. So it's like, I see money here. But I suppose the problem is there's not really going to be many people who are willing to pay to have me assassinate someone at the minute. So,
okay.
How sad for you.
Well, I mean, unless somebody keeps referring to, I suppose, governor now rather than captain. But if someone keeps calling him skeleton rather than skeleton, I think I might get my first job.
No, the two people that were primarily for the mutiny are not here right now, so...
True.
Which ship crashed? Sank in the...
The Kelpie. The Kelpie sank. Can we rename the island since we already named the bay Kelpie's Rest?
I don't think you named the bay Kelpie's Rest.
Yeah, we did.
I don't think the bay has it.
It was something landing. Kelpie's Landing.
No, the island was Kelpie's Landing, and we decided to call the bay Kelpie's Rest.
Oh yeah, you can totally change it.
Please. Suppose that can be the first act of, the Accord. Yeah, we get to decide the name of the place.
I mean, I would say, however, if if you're like, hey, can we change the name of the island? I'm like, yeah, sure. And then everyone's like, okay, cool. And then you don't actually give a new name, then it's
I have a name for it. It's Italian.
That's fun. Let's hear it.
Yeah.
Mamma
I'm
mia.
going up through the things because La Porta Nascosta.
The Porta Nicastria.
Nascosta.
I suppose maybe. Again, it'd be one of those weird things, considering that, yeah, I'm assuming a lot of the crew are from Avalon, seeing as we were commissioned by Avalon.
Sure.
And then they betrayed us, the bastards.
The trick
That is true.
The trick is everybody will think we're Vodachi pirates.
Okay, you're winning over the council. So
yeah. I mean, it's really
I
down
mean-
to you guys and what you guys want. So
and does that genuinely just mean the hidden door?
That literally means the hidden port.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay.
Nobody will suspect.
It's
So-
a double entendre.
So, I have now thrown up. Let's go also here.
We haven't even, we barely started playing, and you are already sick of us.
I was going to say,
yes.
oh no, Sheep, you threw up. Are you okay?
He's setting up a Google Doc just so that way if his computer goes down again, he can always access it.
Yes.
Yeah.
But you guys also have edit and access permission, so you can also update it and put things into. Just makes it easier for me because I don't have my notes to hand. I don't remember everything. All right. I believe. Currently speaking, there are I think it's like 50 crew total, or 50.
It's more than that because a lot of the
Is
Kelpie
it-
crew survived.
Is it 80?
Let me double check. I have this actually in my notes.
Okay, cool. I'll put 80 for
but-
now, but
It's so the Kelpie had about 60 crew,
okay.
and the Lucky Lucine had about 30. How many people died during the attack on the Castilian ship?
Oh, I think it was like 8 or 9.
So we
In
have
that
close
case,
to close to 100, like 80,
Well-
86.
86?
I'm just pulling that out my ass,
Yeah,
but I'd say around
86 works for me, and you guys aren't included in that as a pool anyway, so that'll
Yeah.
put you guys up to close to 100-ish, which isn't too
Yeah.
bad. Alright,
So we got plenty of red shirts.
and then, oh, no. There we go. So you guys have, I would say, I think you have about a month and a bit of change of food supplies.
Yeah, because I don't know how much we've added to it. So we originally started out with a month, but a lot of people have been fishing and hunting.
True.
Well, we
So
also have been eating. 100 people eat a lot.
true.
I mean, I suppose the better we get at hunting and fishing, that, month and a half is going to change to about 5 months without the amount of food going up. Just depends on how much food we can actually get ourselves.
Yeah.
We've also found grains on the island as well. I didn't collect any, but I saw some wild rice
Yes.
that could be harvested.
We would also need to set up very strict rules about hunting and about how much we eat, because if we
We were already rationing.
yeah.
You're on about overhunting the animals, aren't you?
Yeah, if we overhunt, then the animals will die out, we starve.
Okay.
Also,
Yeah.
Sorry.
A lot of the hunting was also to capture animals, not just kill them.
Yes.
I know.
You did grab a fair few sheep.
Yeah.
True.
Also,
Didn't you guys also go for like a breeding pair of pigs?
We originally planned to do that, but the sheep were easier.
yeah.
Okay.
You guys also probably shouldn't like hunt more than you need, just purely because then you have spoilable meats which you have to, either salt or smoke or figure something out to make it last long enough to be supplies.
Well, we have a smokehouse, don't we?
Was planned on being built, but we haven't actually gone through building it yet.
Yeah, you guys got distracted by a couple of things, but I think they were probably more important things. So,
I suppose the other important things is powder. How much do we actually have to shoot things with? Yes.
Oh, that depends.
Oh,
on
we're
how bad-
missing the cookhouse, by the way.
Yeah, the kitchen was attached to. Are
I
you
think he
talking
was
about the
making like
cookhouse or a kitchen? Because he made a kitchen attached to the longhouse, but I think he also built a separate cookhouse.
yeah, I remember him conscripting people for stones for an oven. And then I
Yeah.
remember him making a bunkhouse for him and all his cooks.
Yeah.
I don't remember if he made like a proper kitchen though.
He has an attached section that hasn't been furnished, but there's a kitchen.
Okay.
Huh.
Okay, so what I've thrown up here in the supplies, 1.5 months of food supplies, 6
Mhm.
cannons spare. I believe you rescued the cannons from the ship.
Yes.
Yeah.
I've put 4 combats worth of powder. So
Okay.
essentially, it's because things like this are not super worth quantifying down to the the
Mhm.
grain. I figure we can go with combat's worth because essentially, if you get into combat, you're firing your cannons, you're firing your guns. You're going to you're going to essentially run through powder. So 4 combats worth means you'll know when you need to restock. You know. And then I have 25 uses common item, 5 uses specialist item, just basically to represent all the general stuff you have that you don't individually have, right?
Mhm.
I'll bring lockbox in. There we go. So what that essentially means is any of you can go to the supplies, to the can go to the warehouse or wherever and be like, hey sheepy, I need a hammer. And it's like, okay, yeah, there you go, there's a hammer. But it goes down to 24 uses. Obviously, as you raid, I'll quantify this a little better as we go, maybe make it a bit more specific, like weapons and things like that. But you understand the basics of it, right? Like,
Mhm.
it essentially means I don't have to say, like, say you do a raid on a ship, I don't have to say you get a hammer, a saw, and we don't have to keep, like, exact run of things.
Yeah.
If I feel like it's a common item, but it's a bit more, select or a bit more rare or just something you may not have, then I might say, like, oh, it's 2 uses or it's 3 uses, but you'll still be able to get it.
I have an annoying sensation that a set of tongues is going to be specialist.
A set of tongs is not something you'd have, but you can.
Yeah, that makes sense.
You can always, when you go and visit places, you can always just buy things. Oh, and I'll say,
I mean, it'd be something where I'd plan it, but I know for a while that before I even get to that stage, I'd need some kind of kiln or forge to heat things up.
Yeah.
yeah. All right.
Do
So
you even have a? No, you got a horseshoe. I think we got you a horseshoe.
Did you get me a horseshoe?
I want to say it was one of the things recovered from the Kelpie? Or were we talking about getting you a horseshoe?
I think you were talking about it, maybe. I don't remember.
Yeah.
You get. Also, hey, look, hey, blind / logbogs.
Hello.
I mean, I'd love a horseshoe. I'd like a proper anvil, but
Okay, so let's say, don't worry about that yet. All right. So, is there anything we've missed out? Is there anything we've not remembered or anything along those lines? Having a look through that list.
Vest and hunting cabin, warehouse, bunkhouse, lockbox, attached kitchen, unfurnished, cookhouse, longhouse, med clinic, Jaeger lodge, wood storage, and I would say basic carpentry.
Right.
I think I spelled that
Matthias's
wrong.
lodge, Don Jose's lodge, which will be finished today. So, and then Brooks's lean-to and smithy.
Technically, there's still the Lucky Lucine ship.
Yeah, we also have the Lucky Lucine, but I don't know where put that underneath.
Oh yeah, what I think it's a the Lucky Lucine is a oh god.
That was a
Catch?
I think.
I think it was a catch, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
So it
2
should
sails with 12 cannons, around 30 to 50 crew catch.
two sails 12 cannon, and then what I think the crew is 50 for optimal.
You said 20 to just sail it, 30 for bare minimum, and then 50. You never actually defined what 50 was, or if it was the
50 would be optimal.
Okay.
out of curiosity, what would maximum be?
I mean, like, if you're not too worried about cannon shots, etc., like just, killing cramped crew and everything, you could probably fit like 100, 150 on there.
I suppose the big question is, why am I the one trying to think tactically?
Are you?
That's
Well, I
somebody
was
else.
Okay, question.
Max-
How many people can we cram on this ship? How is that tactical?
Because if we sail into a port and decide that we want to liberate another ship, we need some extra crew to sail that other ship.
Don't you feel like having 150 people on a 50-person ship would be a bit suspicious?
Only if they see them.
Right, but surely they would see them because you'd be cramming them onto the ship.
Well, I suppose that is technically true. If we were to literally go for the brim, it might be a bit of a challenge.
Well,
If
well,
we
you
were to sink them up, we can hide.
Obviously, you don't land in the harbor. You will drop them off on the other side of the island.
Also, having that many crew would make you lie a bit deeper in the water. Anyone going past you would be like, "Oh, they've got gold on board."
Yeah.
I mean,
They
that's
got
all-
gold 150 dudes
I would
pop out of
also
the
like to
woodwork.
remind
Yeah.
everybody we do not have 150 crew to stuff on the to stuff on the Lucky Lucine.
You got
Look, so long as-
86, 90 something.
Yeah.
So long as I know that we can fit literally everyone on, good news, everyone. We're going on a raid.
Jesus.
I don't know if anyone's taken notes of the notable NPCs, so
Yes, I do. Which one do you want? You have Captain Robert Longham, Avalonian, First Mate John.
Could you?
Yep. Yeah, where do you want me to put it in the thingamajig?
Under NPC crew.
Okay.
Much appreciated, and apologies everyone that it's something that like I.
Ooh, that strike through.
Yeah, well, he's dead.
Okay, dude.
Yeah.
Well, he's dead, all right.
Yeah, he's...
Oilers?
Rip.
Oh, I know what's going on here. It's grey, not black. There we go. Okay. So yeah, because I apologies that I don't have. Also, dudes, you're not a teacher's pet if you just remember things. Okay, just because you don't remember things. Also, taking notes is fairly common, especially in sheepy games. But this should work fairly well for everything. Oh yeah, damn man, I put basic for your smithy.
Yeah.
Because it felt like it.
I mean, it is basic. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm not carting around a bloody furnace.
To use an example, like if you wanted a furnace or an anvil or something, that would be a specialist item.
I'll be honest, at the minute, I'm looking more for a grindstone.
Yeah. That would probably either be something you want to pick up or something you want to.
I mean, eventually, yeah, having an anvil and an actual furnace and working tool so I can forge a brand new knife or sword would be useful.
Yeah.
I just need to keep the current ones working.
Yeah. All right. In that case, if there are things I need to know or things I've missed, I apologize. I'm used to having my notes in front of me when I do this kind of thing, so I tend to reference that a lot. However, I think this is a pretty good setup. If anyone has noticed anything I've missed or anything along those lines, I think this is a decent start. So,
Oh, I forgot to add one more notable NPC.
Of course, Frank's.
Yeah.
It's weird. He's put backstabber. It's slightly different to what I would have expected.
Oh, I have more written after the friend of Brooks. I'm not sharing that bit.
Okay.
Fair.
So I think here's a good part to lead into the. Oh, I need to adjust. Now there's more people in the thing. I need to adjust it so we can see everyone because I was not visible on the recording. There we go. Oh, as a sidebar, is everyone happy with the? I mean, obviously, the sessions we've done so far have been a little bit dodgy, both of them to different degrees. But is everyone happy with the recordings and like the?
Yeah.
Fine.
Kind of putting them up on the Patreon for free, essentially.
I haven't rewatched the episodes, but I've been enjoying the sessions.
Cool. All right. In that case, I believe where we left off was with everyone going to bed after announcing that there was going to be basically a call for council, essentially voting in a set of call them leaders, call them captains, call them council members, whatever you really want, for this new brotherhood of pirates that has essentially been established. And I think this is going to be a more of an out of character thing as opposed to a how many of you guys are interested in being on the council, and how many people do we think we're looking at for the council?
I'd say a 9-person council,
Yeah.
and I'm interested in it.
Lockbox is interested in being on it.
Okay.
Just you two.
So
Jaeger will do it.
I would like to also put Don Jose up in that category too.
yeah.
I was going to see if I could encourage Matthias to. Ah, well.
So
I have to.
I would say the people that stand out to me as possible like council members, just from what we've done already and everything, would be Don Jose, Hal Gilligan, Matthias Brixton.
You're umming and ahhing a lot there.
So I'm not too sure about Jaeger because we haven't had that much of Jaeger yet.
You'll probably need to put Skeleton in there as an NPC.
Yes,
Or
so
who is above the council.
I was thinking Skeleton, Raggett,
Farlan.
probably Fallen would be my immediate like thoughts. Now it's important to say, like, if you're not on the council, the only thing you won't be able to do is essentially like take a ship, go for some objective, with the crew, etc. Essentially, the way things have been proposed and the way things are going to work is, if you're on the council, you basically jump up on a soapbox in the middle of the beach and say, "All right, lads, we have an objective. We're gonna go and go a-pirating. There's a few ships out there. We're gonna try and take them down, take their stuff, maybe even take a ship if we can. Who's in?" And then anyone on the beach, anyone in the crew, can sign up for it. You go out, you do the thing, you come back, the captain takes 25% off the top, everything else is shared out equally among the crew, including the captain. Of course, there are additional things where the captain can make deals with certain people if they need extra assistance or there's some specific thing. So say, for example, if it is an exploration of some area of land or something, they may offer Matthias Brixton extra money because they need someone to map out the land.
Yeah.
So, you spelled governor wrong. When I'm thinking of people who could be on the council or may want to be on the council, I'm thinking of people who either have a leadership position or people who have a very specific goal. So, for example, Don Jose, very obviously leadership position. Hal Gilligan, mixture of position and goal, being a quartermaster and in that kind of area, fairly important. With Matthias being someone who has a fair amount of knowledge and also ability to, he's already mapped out the island, things like that, etc. My question would be, I don't know who it was. Was it, okay, so Bowden isn't here, so I think it must have been Lockbox. You said you wanted to be on the council?
Yeah.
What's Bowden? And I know this is you as well, Blind. So, but for Bowden, what's his position or what's his goal? That
Bowden didn't want to be on the council, but he wanted to lead raids, so he would have had to ally himself with somebody on the council.
Yeah.
So
I think he means me.
Sorry,
not
Logbox, not Bowden. Yeah.
Lockbox's goal on the council is to be able to firstly make sure there's raids against Avalonian ships because he's quite pissed off. And he also wants to ensure that no one gets too big for their britches and attempts to abuse the position or anything.
I mean, so like obviously there's gonna be raids on pretty much everyone, so he doesn't. I don't think that's something he needs to worry about. I guess I'm wondering how being on the council would help with that. The second objective.
He'll be in the know more if he's on the council, because he'll
Oh.
be in the council meetings.
I mean, keep in
The
mind.
council meetings are public as far as anyone's concerned. We've always had
Yeah.
them public.
Like, so maybe the name council put a bit too much importance on it. Like, the council, currently speaking, is literally just a way to have some people who can take on the mantle of ship captain.
Okay, I think I misunderstood then. Then, I mean, he'd probably still throw his name in, because that I can just see that being something he would do, but it wouldn't really matter in the end to him.
Okay. So it's sorry, that one confused me because it's like he
Basically, I misunderstood, and it was a misunderstanding in character.
Oh, okay.
It's not really pressing if it happens or not.
Oh, all right. I would say if you do want to make a push to be on the council as Lockbox, like it's doable totally. You just have to kind of like make your presence known a bit more as essentially like a leader or someone who's looking to like achieve something in terms of like a quantifiable goal, right? So,
Okay.
So as time goes on, like I'm only saying this because essentially, currently speaking, Lockbox is a cook, like an important position on a ship. So people are always gonna want you along so you can keep the rations and keep the food good and everything. But yeah, it like I said, for people like a quartermaster or Skeleton being the first
De facto
mate,
captain.
yeah, basically de facto captain, I guess. It's something that something that's kind
Makes sense.
of, yeah, well, it makes sense, and also these people tend to have goals, like for example, Matthias will most likely be wanting to take a ship out as captain to explore places or to and Hal, he has he's looking to make contacts, he's looking to start trading, etc, etc. For Don Jose, he can very easily set up a pirating
He would probably be trying to go into more like official business, probably even restore the privateer status.
yeah.
Meh.
So we can yeah, as we go.
I'll have to think about that.
Yeah,
If
absolutely. Am I wrong, Doozer?
No, I was just taking the piss.
So, with the morning coming, the 1890 odd crew slowly waking up, and everyone finally being able to sleep in a decent to semi-decent bed of some degree. Sometimes it's just a mat rolled on the floor, but it's under a roof, and that's important, god damn it.
Yeah, as someone who goes camping quite frequently, yes, that is very important.
Yes.
Oh god, if you ever go up to Scotland, it's essential.
I would say after a bit of breakfast has been served, or people have cooked up their own, random little, or even just kind of taken the leftovers from the night before, because it was a fairly happy, raucous time, as these things go.
Okay, so just some hair of the dog, right?
Yeah.
We had crocodile.
You did? Oh
Good
yeah,
dealy.
yeah, you did.
Yeah.
Tastes
yeah.
like tuna.
During that whole thing, you eventually everyone gathers round in a sort of you know what? I think I'll say for now, like, there is an empty, call it like an empty grog barrel, you know, one of those classic like ship barrels with the hoops around them and everything. And like just a piece of driftwood or something with a few chopped logs, tree stumps, etc. kind of sat down. We will say that there are 7 spots.
Okay. And it wasn't a cookhouse, it was a mess hall that they built.
Gotcha.
The attached kitchen was gonna become the cookhouse.
Yes, yes. So, Skelton, has essentially constructed, on the beach, a little bit away from the heights of the tide, and has essentially constructed a little table with 7 seats, around it. Some of them are literally like a slightly waterlogged crate or something. You know, you got like a block of wood that's been clearly cut. There's like a tree stump that's been dragged over, etc. And he says, he kind of looks around at the gathered everyone and says, "All right, lads, now it is time to find out who we're going to be putting on our council. Of course, I'm putting my hat in the ring. And I would say, I think all of us have a few ideas on who we feel should be on the council. And what is essentially going to happen is it will be decided by the most democratic of things any pirate could ever think of, basically making as much noise as possible. So,
the commons approach.
What I'm gonna do is, I have an idea of who is going to be supported, who's not going to be supported, from the just generic crew. I'm very happy for you all to put your kind of essentially all of your 2 cents, let's call it, will be counted a bit more than generic crew. You know, so you'll have a bit of a swing in here. So I'm gonna go through the NPCs and essentially just give me a heads up on who you're positive about, who you're negative about, and who you don't care about. Starting off, Skelton will go and sit down on probably the tree stump. And the crew, just the generic crew that's out there, are pretty loud. There's cheering, there's, you know, clapping, there's banging of random bits of wood on other bits of wood, random like tankards or whatever. Is there anyone who specifically is against Skelton?
Bowden.
Right.
I think he just kind of kept calling him Skeleton and doesn't have anything wrong with him. But it's still funny to pretend.
Yeah.
Bowden is worried that Skelton is a coward, but other than that, he doesn't have a major problem with him.
Yeah. Okay. If no one else has any issues, is anyone middling about him? Anyone like meh?
Lockbox.
Okay.
So, yeah, Matthias isn't really either for or against. He needs to see how well Skeleton performs as a crewmate going forward to decide whether or not he's for or against.
Yeah.
Me and Brooks is about the same, well, not really knowing. So.
I feel like Brooks is gonna be like that about everyone, though.
No, there's one. Actually, there's a couple where I'm like, yes, that guy.
Okay.
I don't know how much of that is Brooks and how much of that is me.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
And probably a few where Brooks is like, no, I swear to God, not them.
I wouldn't do that to Mr. Gilligan. That would just be cruel.
Oh, boo-hoo. I'm so sad. I thought we had something together, damn man.
Is anyone positive for Skeleton?
Yes.
I wouldn't say Mr. Gilligan is positive, but he thinks he deserves a shot.
Okay. In that case, Skeleton will be the number one. Not number one in any type of rank,
but the first person elected.
The first person. How about the shipmaster, Jack Raggett? Negative?
I'm negative to him just because I don't know anything about him.
Okay.
Now, does Gilligan know anything about him? That's a player decision, not a character decision.
It's hard for me to say because I don't have my notes. I can't remember exactly the details on him.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would be like, he is technically my boss, and I also don't know much about him. So, but being my boss, I will also support him.
Yeah, he hasn't featured too much. I'd say the reception isn't as big as Raggett. The crew are fine with him. You know, there's cheering and stuff, but it's not like, woo, yeah, this guy. So, is anyone middling?
Jaeger is.
Lockbox, yeah. There you go.
Lockbox.
I'm actually wondering if Brooks would actually be cheering for the guy.
Or just because you don't know anything about him, like, who is this guy? Yeah, whatever, fuck it.
Oh, the others are cheering. Let's go.
Yeah.
Woo!
Yeah, I guess.
Look, it's like it's a bit like a football match. You don't know any of the chants, but when everyone starts going, you kind of have to.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Is anyone positive? Anyone like, hell yeah, Jack Raggett, that guy who we haven't really seen at all?
I am only positive through infection.
I am positive because he's my boss.
Okay.
But if I, as a player, I knew we actually don't get along, then I wouldn't. But let's just assume we get along reasonably well.
All right. In that case, I'm going to say Jack Raggett also gets through.
Okay.
So, Skeleton. Next up, we have Quartermaster Ashlak Farlan. Who?
Insanely positive.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm in two minds. He supplies me with rum because he's the quartermaster. He also restricts my supply of rum because he's the quartermaster.
That is true. We'll start with, does anyone have any objections? Does anyone have a negative kind of take on him? Okay. No one has a negative take. That's fair enough. Does anyone have a mid take? Like, just like, whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. And the positives?
Yeah.
My boss.
Okay. I think that's enough to see him through, although, again, same as Raggett, like... Fallen. I will say as well, like, very likely, Raggett and Fallen are... They don't necessarily have a desire to take ships out currently, with only one ship available. And they were also fairly positive about Skeleton, so, you know... I think to begin with, it's likely that Skeleton's just going to be captain for the one ship.
That's why I didn't want Raggett, because I knew the other high up NPCs were going to side with Skeleton.
Yeah.
I wanted a more balanced council.
So, additional to that, we have, I would say, Don Jose.
Yeah.
Oh, we don't get the Master Gunner.
So, well, I mean, you know, if you want mumbles on a
Yeah, Sheepy, you gotta let us vote on this one, man.
You know what? I'll save them till last.
Okay.
Don Jose, do you put yourself forward?
Yes.
Okay, good. And I will say that before anyone else really really does anything, there's a definitive cheering from Skelton,
Yeah.
and I would say it is whether it's more or less than Skelton from the generic crew as well themselves. I'd say Raggett and Farlon are also positive, like also, but from the generic crew as well, there is, I'd say it's close to Skelton. Might be
And
a little
I'm gonna,
bit more enthusiastic, might be a little bit.
yeah, I'm gonna say that Skelton starting up is debatable whether he started up first or I started up first,
Yeah.
I
because
suppose
I'm
Skeleton
actually,
starting it up means everyone else is going to, because it's got Skeleton's approval. That's all that matters.
Well, so because you guys have all been living on the beach, on the
Mhm.
shore, in the bay, kind of all together, I can give you a little vibe of the crew in general as well. Like the people who have really stood out to the crew, a generic crew, is probably Skelton and Don Jose. Skelton because he made a choice. Whether that's the right or wrong choice, it's always essentially the crew feels that the captain not making a choice left them open.
yeah,
Like returning fire or charging in, either one is a better choice than not doing anything. So it's possible that you took more damage. It's possible that like the ship got sunk because of it. But at the very least, the inaction would have definitely done it, right? So the crew are reasonably positive about Skelton just purely because he made a choice, he made a call, and they're positive about Don Jose mostly because of, and I'll say as well, they are positive about the combatants who really shone in that ship-to-ship combat. But Don Jose took out the captain, so he's got a fair amount of respect on that, and he is also a fairly I don't want to say imposing character because I don't think he's necessarily imposing, but he's definitely a character that people are inclined to follow, if that makes sense.
I
Like,
would.
on one hand, I would say that Don Jose is someone who is like a bit of like a like drill sergeant or someone unpleasant, like very disciplinarian for a pirate crew. But
Yeah.
like when we were landing here, it was also like shown that I actually care about the wounded and if
Yeah,
everyone has their resources and we actually function.
Mm,
yeah. Gilligan's view of Don Jose is very the schoolmaster who is kind but fair,
yeah.
uh, but expects something from you.
Yeah.
And if you don't live up to that, it is a fair punishment, but it's still a punishment.
Yeah. So I'm gonna say, unless anyone has like unless anyone wants to challenge Don Jose and basically be like, I'm gonna kill him so he can't be in the council. I think he's going
What?
to.
No, I only do that stuff when it's dark.
Yeah.
Next up would be Hal Gilligan, Mr. Gilligan. The crew.
Yeah.
I would say kind of not lukewarm exactly, but like you haven't really the problem is right is like during the ship-to-ship combat you are mostly in a more of a support capacity.
Yeah.
The capacity was good, but it just doesn't stand out as much as someone like Don Jose who fucking dueled the captain, one-on-one.
Yeah, and that's what a sniper will always be. He's in the
Hmm.
background killing officers. You
Yeah.
don't notice that he's killing the officers because he's trying not to he's making sure people don't notice I'm killing the officers.
Yeah. I'd say like I think it was Bowden and Lockbox who waded into the melee.
Yeah.
Along with Brooks. Obviously, none of them are going for a council position currently, but yeah, they're some of the standouts in terms of the combat. But that doesn't necessarily mean they just want people to lead them. It just means they'll be happier if they're on a kind of like combat outing, basically.
Yeah.
Feel a bit more comfortable. It's going to be the same issues that Brixton will have to a degree, and I'm going to say, like, honestly, at this point, because we have 7 council positions and 6 people total, I don't think any of you are going to find difficulty getting on. So, for both Gilligan and Brixton, the vibe is very muted, but that's mostly because the majority of the crew don't really know the extent of the things you can do and the things you have done. You know, a lot of your interactions, a lot of your planning and stuff has been more in the background.
Yeah.
It's not as apparent that you've been organizing stuff, you've been going out. I'd say probably the biggest thing of note would be the sheep. You guys.
I was about to say, does that sheep pen mean nothing to these people?
Oh no,
Yeah.
no, it does.
Well,
it does,
we'll get brownie points once we shear the sheep and everybody has nice bedding. But
That's
until
true.
that happens, they're just like, you brought back cotton balls. What the? Okay.
Look,
Like,
turn it into a pillow and then we'll talk.
yeah.
Okay. And seeing as this is a council of 7, and you have one more slot, I'm gonna let you all vote in one person.
Ooh.
So
Mumbles, mumbles,
wait. No filibustering.
I will say that Lockbox will throw his support behind Gilligan.
Okay. Good to know.
Yeah, probably Don Jose will also support Gilligan.
Yeah.
Okay, so is Mumbles a genuine option?
Yes,
Jaeger will
please
also support
God.
Gilligan.
I will tell you this right now. Your options are everyone in the crew and the NPC crew who isn't dead.
Yeah.
And also, if you want to say just like sheepy, make a random 7th, then you basically say basically say like generation instead of whoever you're voting
Yeah.
for.
Okay.
So, obviously, we'll allow
Oh.
Bowden and Lockbox to pipe in as well. But this is nothing to do with the crew. This is you guys. We'll go top to bottom in the voice chat. So
Wait, 1 second. Add a character. Blind. How much do you want Lockbox on the council?
He will throw his name in. Whether he gets in or not, compared to whoever we vote for, is whatever.
yeah.
Okay, sorry, buddy. That's not like I really want to be on the council. I'm voting for Rowan.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm middling because I gotta think of the reasons for him to really be on there.
Yeah.
Well, we'll go top to bottom then. So Danman / Brooks, you'll be. Honestly, it's you guys as players, just who you want up there. So,
Mhm.
Danman, you're first, and we'll go down the voice chat.
Honestly, probably Gilligan.
Oh, Gilligan's
He's
already
on there.
Oh,
Oh,
I didn't even realize that. Okay.
So this is a vote for the last. We've done Gilligan and Brixton have both been voted in just purely because there's not enough other people who it either makes sense or
Okay.
put themselves, Yeah.
In that case, yep, run.
Okay. Don Jose or Odd.
we did get Farlan in, right? The quartermaster.
Yeah, Farland's in, so I would either go Rowan or Dr. Lucy.
Yeah.
Honestly, I'd want the doctor back on the island.
Yeah, could be.
Because you lose the doctor, that's a problem.
But we on the council don't have to go out with the ship. We just have the ability to bring in a crew.
Yes, but then why have them on the council then?
They will tell us when we absolutely need to get more medical supplies.
Oh, they can tell us that anyway.
Yeah.
If you don't think any of the people there are particularly needing to be in, you can just say Sheepy create a new character, and I'll just throw a random new character in the thing as well. So that's a vote you can do as well.
And hit me out here. Run.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Sheepy. I don't know why I'm doing this to you.
Hey, be quiet while voting is happening.
I will probably nominate Navigator Drilland if he is interested.
Yep.
If not, then I will say generate a person.
Okay. Mr. Gilligan? Oh, sorry, Potato.
I gotta go. I gotta do it for the meme, Rowan.
Rowan. Okay. Yeah. Mudkip.
I'm fine with you generating someone.
Okay. Blind.
Well, I was gonna throw out Frank's just as a joke,
Okay.
but not everyone's voting for Rowan, so I gotta go for Rowan.
Okay. Duzo.
I kind of want to go for the meme and vote for Robin, but I think generate a person.
Okay. How do
Yeah.
you?
The vote is tied.
How do you guys do this? The vote's tied.
Well, seeing as Don Jose is the best duelist we have, we're probably gonna go with generated character.
No, it's fine. I can take him.
Yeah, okay.
As long as
Brooke,
you don't see me coming, I can take him.
go ahead.
I can take him. I'm him.
I mean, dueling is not the same as killing.
I mean, in a duel, I'm screwed, but it won't get to that.
Oh, if we have a tie, doesn't the tie end in a duel? Like, I don't know.
You know what? I kind of like this.
Okay, so now we've got to have Ryan dueling against this random made-up character. This should be fun.
One of them can also just
Fight for the
retire
glory of
their-
the council.
I think Ty should go to the already named.
Okay. Here we go.
Oh, God.
Not one.
Come on.
Oh,
Ah.
Well, we don't know if we're going highest or lowest.
it's gonna be highest.
It's yeah. Okay. So
Well, okay, I know, Sheepy, what you're doing, but why don't you have the characters try to influence the vote with a convince panache?
well, I don't have either of the characters created, so
No, me, the player character.
Yeah.
Only want to do that because you have advantage on that stuff.
Oh, I absolutely fucking do. Let's go.
You're actually trained to do that stuff. That's why you want to do that.
Oh, I'm not hiding that at all.
So
100%.
what I'll do is I'll make it best of 3. So Rowan, Tristane. Jeez, okay.
Okay.
Okay, it looks like
Rowan,
Christine is deciding to
Tristane.
win.
Okay. Yeah. I would say Tristane probably wins there.
Who the fuck is Tristane?
So Tristane is a he is from. Give me a moment here. 'Cause I
Is
can't-
he the guy I had to direct how to hammer in the boards?
No.
Oh, that fucking idiot.
I mean, I kind of want him to be, but at the same time,
Everybody loves Tristane.
So,
he's
Tristane is originally from Innismore. He is very often kind of lounging about, having had a bit too much rum.
oh shit.
Everyone enjoys his company. He's kind of jolly and etc. And in fact, what happens is, as everyone has sat down in their seats, Tristane kind of like stumbles out of his tent with a big jug of grog, like gulps some down. He's got he's got that like classic blonde, slightly spiky ponytail, not too long, kind of dressed in the like raggedy sailor's outfit, like short trousers, kind of short white shirt with way too many buttons open, you know the type of thing. And
Yeah.
just stumbles over, sees that everyone's kind of gathered around and there's a bit of cheering and everything going around. When the last person, Brixton, is kind of, cheered into his seat, Tristane's like, hey! And then he kind of like wanders over the table, sits down and goes, so, smack, what we doing today, lads? And everyone goes, way! And starts cheering. He's like, oh,
the
yeah!
pirate way.
He's like, way, yeah, alright, lads, it's brilliant. Glug, 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 glug. Like, crashes the jug back down onto the table. It's like, so, what we doing today?
Okay, we've secured our rum supply.
No, you've actually ruined your rum supply. He's not gonna share. Like, we're gonna go through it way too fast.
And
Well,
somewhere
Nope.
somewhere not entirely, no one's really entirely sure where it is. You just hear this like council.
You'll kind of look around like, what the hell?
The last word, the only word you're able to make out is just council.
countrymen,
enough
it seems like
years-
you're the last captain.
What's that then?
Well, Mr. Tristane, it means you have the ability to call a crew together to raid or do anything your heart desires.
Oh, really now? Oh, glad I sat down here then. Alright, well, my first order as captain is someone go get me a drink. Mine's almost half empty. And then he just kind of like leans back against a non-existent back to his tree stump and just like plops down into the sand with his legs in the air.
Whatever happens, do not water down that guy's drinks.
I will get up, walk over, help him back up into his chair, go back to my own.
Oh. You're a gent and a fine gent, and you're a gentleman. You're a gentle gentleman. You're a man. Well, thank you very much.
As you are, Mr. Tristane.
Oh, so I am. Alright now. So, who are all these other people on the table? Hey, how's it going?
Well, there's Skelton,
Ah,
Mr. Skelton, Mr. Raggett, Mr. Farland, Mr. Well, actually, Don Jose, myself, Mr. Brixton, and yourself, Mr. Tristane.
oh, wonderful. So, who are we killing today?
I do believe that was your decision.
My decision. Why my decision?
You are the newest member.
Ah, well then. I don't know. Should we take the ship out? Go see if we
There
can.
are also the crocodile people of the swamp.
I'd say no.
Yes.
I haven't seen any crocodile people.
When have you gone to the swamp?
It's a good point now. I haven't actually been off the beach yet. Oh. Well, we still have those boys there. The Castilian boys, right?
We do, yes.
Alright, so we should kick them up on the ship, take the ship off somewhere, some port nearby, unload them, maybe pick up some supplies and stuff, and, then, I don't know, we should probably go out and blow something up.
I don't think anybody on the council has a disagreement with that, and I'll look at the rest of the council members.
Don Jose is actually shocked that this person actually made a reasonable plan.
Yeah.
Matthias is like, just kind of shrugs like, sure.
Huh?
So,
Alright
Now,
then, lads. That's settled then. Alright.
Sure. Which port do you want to go to? I personally suggest either the Vodachi or the Vestin.
I'd say it depends really where we are. Where are we?
Mr. Brixton?
he'll explain where they are. Let me have the map. Where is it? We are.
Does he pull out his map?
Yeah, he pulls out the map and.
Does
well,
the map get rum on it?
Oh, no, he doesn't spill his rum. What are you talking about?
Brooks, have you brought this man a new drink?
Oh, yeah. Well, someone's definitely brought him a new drink. Don't worry, there is
Like-
nothing in the drink besides alcohol.
Oh,
Yeah.
good.
Like every time it looks like he's about to spill his drink, somehow his body is suddenly angled in a position where he doesn't spill his drink.
He's
Oh,
basically like a gyroscope in this
Yeah,
regard.
yeah.
Yeah.
It's definitely not weird temporal shenanigans or anything.
Oh,
But
No, okay.
only
I've met
relating to his
legitimate
drink.
alcoholics. They don't spill their drinks.
all right. Now.
Like
So,
they're
Actually, you got a point there.
yeah.
so Brixie, you're saying we're here, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And well, I mean, they're all pretty close. So, who was on the? There's the Castilians, right? The ones who was on the ships.
Yes.
All right. So we probably shouldn't go there.
No, that's probably a bad idea.
Okay. Well, that's
Be
one
fine.
crossed off. And then the people who sold us out, that was the
Avalon.
Sorry.
Just the
Eisen-
same who hired
I
us.
don't think anybody sold us out, Mr. Tristain.
I don't
I
think
do
that's
believe it
public
was
knowledge.
Avalonians.
Yeah.
Oh, right.
Well, first off,
Um,
only 4 people at this table know. Only
Yeah.
3 people at this table and 1 person in the crowd know what's going on.
Sorry,
Yeah,
let
that's
me
fair, that's fair.
let me rephrase that because you're right. So he doesn't say
Wow,
that.
cheeky.
He says, "Hey, I don't have my notes with me. Give me a break."
Yeah.
He says, "Oh, and then the people we were working for. That was
The Avalonians.
Oh,
Yes.
the Avalon. I thought we were working for the Isons. All right. Well, yeah.
We
sure.
were working. Well, technically, Avalonia, you're triumphant, aren't you? I assumed
Huh?
all 3 work together.
You what now?
Oh god, here comes a punch up.
I assumed that the Innismore, the Highlands, and Avalonia worked all together. Did they not?
Oh, sure, but I don't work for them.
Well, no, we don't anymore.
No, but I mean, just because I'm from Innismore doesn't mean I work for them.
We not?
I don't know who we were working for. I was just working for. I mean, the captain brought me on. I was working
Oh,
for
well,
the captain, so whoever.
Well, the captain was Avalonian. I assumed we worked for Avalonia.
Oh, well, then there you go. We probably don't want to go there either. Because then we'll have to explain why the captain's dead.
Very good. Have we buried the captain yet?
I'm sure he's around here somewhere.
I imagine we've buried everyone by now.
I was hoping we left the captain on the boat, so he goes down with his ship.
You guys buried everyone on the shore. A little bit ways off, like little graveyard area.
We didn't let the captain go down with the ship.
I
That's a
was
shame.
going to say Matthias would have suggested burying the captain at the lake that he named after the captain.
Yeah.
It's a bit of a trek, but you can.
Yeah.
All right.
We do need to set up an actual graveyard.
Mm.
Well, I don't know. I don't really fancy going dealing with the Vadachi, to be honest. They're kind of pain in the ass.
I am biting my tongue on that one.
But and he looks over at Fallen and says, "No offense, there, big man, but you know, your people are kind of tight arses. I don't know. I think maybe possibly there's that Montaigne port nearby, right?
Yes, the Montaigne are very good with us, at the very least.
Right.
I didn't think they were good with your people, though.
Who's my people? Like, I don't really care about Innismore, who they're with or who they're against, you know.
It has to be said that Don Jose is kind of grimacing, as there is a lot of bad blood between Castile and Montaigne, and he probably himself lost an uncle in war with them.
Yeah.
But he
I
has to also
actually...
admit that, yeah, they know how to sail, and there is a lot to learn from them.
Mhm. Tristane, I think the Vodachi would pay us more for the prisoners than the Vestin would, but we would get better trade prices from the Vestin.
Oh, well, now. Then it really comes down to whether we want more money now or whether we want better trading deals going forward then, right?
I do believe that is the case.
And he kind of like looks around. I will say as well, like some of the crew have started to kind of like wander off. I imagine the majority of you are kind of there, like part of the meeting, although not part of the sitting at the table kind of thing.
Yeah.
All right then.
Don't worry, Brooks is there, ready, just in case that drink gets even slightly low. He's not going to put something in there to make it more alcoholic. Don't worry about that.
We don't
can't
have
ever let
anything
him
more
run
alcoholic
sober.
than pure rum.
All right then. How about now? And he kind of looks over to the rest of the council and says, "Ah, you lads are all sitting down. Oh, okay.
Well, so are you.
Oh, so I am." And he like reaches out, like grabs the mug, takes a big swig, and says, "All right. So we've been here a little while, right? And this isn't a bad place to live. You know what? Live, like exist, like operate out of, whatever you want to call it. So
It's a bit humid.
it's a bit human.
Humid.
Oh, well, it's gonna be humid anywhere you go here, I think.
I think so.
So I'd say, if everyone agrees here, I think that we're going to be here a fair while. We're going to be operating out of here, right? Like, as far as I know, the plan was pretty much start pirating. Yes, like that's what we're looking to do.
Pirating's such an ugly word. Finding profit, I think, is a better way of describing it.
It's,
You can call it whatever you want, sir, to make yourself feel more comfortable.
Thank you, Mr. Tristain.
So anyway, we're all going to pirating, yes?
Of course.
And everyone kind of looks around, and there's a general kind of agreement, like, and there's from somewhere, again, you're not really sure where. It's like pirates.
Thank you, Mr. Rowan.
Fuck you.
wow.
That's 2 words as well.
No, that's one.
Yeah.
No, you don't understand. That's 1 word.
No, that's 2.
It's definitely 1.
I mean, fucking yes, it's definitely 2.
No.
I don't know what-
It was. And also, it wasn't fuck yes, it was fuck yous, as in, just general
Fuck
like
yes.
fuck yous. All right. Well, if we're going to be around a while, I think it makes the most sense if we start establishing ties. Like, we can still raid, we can still pirate the Vestons, like, here and there and everything, but we should probably try and make some establishments with countrymen of all of the nations who are more interested in profit than kind of their country, right?
I had a mind to begin the same, yes.
Alright then. So, where's the best place to start? Does anyone know anyone in these seas? Does anyone... I don't know. Do we have any connections that we can start using immediately? Because at the end of the day, establishing relationships is way, way more difficult than basically calling in a fucking favor, right?
Of course. I believe I have a connection in the Veston ports, and Mr. Farland has a connection in the Vadachi.
Oh, alright then. So it's one or the other.
Of course. Okay, out of character.
Yeah.
I'm playing with him.
Okay.
Like, I'm very much clearly steering him towards the answer I want.
Yeah.
I gathered as much.
Well, Mr. Brixie, where on the map? Because I know you got the Vestons out there, right? And he kind of points to He points to like the bit near Mariana Jaguar, which is where the green dot is where the Vestons are. So you got part there, right? And that's Vestonland. Where on the map is the Vadachi?
Let's have a look.
I believe it's the purple, right, of the Vadachi?
Yeah, it's the purple.
I have a key in my notes, but that doesn't really help
Yeah,
me
I
right
have
now.
a key in my notes. Do you want me to share it?
It might be worth it.
Okay.
I'm not seeing Vadachi. I mean, I'm seeing Full Freedom, Kissgate, Kane, Can.
So I believe this.
Where do you want it in the group notes?
Um,
I'll put it above.
wait. I'm putting it down the bottom.
Okay.
Oh, there you go. So if you could just throw the.
I threw it in the wrong location.
Well, in that case, we kind of have to go to one or the other. Unless, do we maybe? You know what we could do now?
What?
Right. So how about we go over to what are names now? Oh, we go over to the Vestons.
Of course.
We drop yourself and a couple of our lads off there with you. You can talk to your contact and all that kind of thing, right?
Sure.
Then we can we can also cause we can leave the what they called now? We can leave the
Castilians.
yeah, that's the one. Yeah. We can leave them with you, and you can palm them off, get a little bit of money for them, whatever. Start up that type of thing, and then we can sail down over to the Vadachis.
Sure.
We can get our old lad.
Mr. Farland.
Yes, Mr. Farland. See if he can set up a kind of a basic trade deal. You know, we bring stuff in, they take it on the sly. They, maybe we could even use their warehouses or something now and then, like later on when things get a bit more, big. But we could also keep our eyes out maybe for a couple of Castilian, more likely an Avalonian ship, right? Maybe we
Sure.
could.
Counterpoint.
Right.
Counterpoint to that, Mr. Tristain.
Hmm.
Why don't you keep the prisoners with you after dropping us off and sell them to the Vodachi for a higher amount?
I mean, that'd get us money quicker, but what do we really need it for right now? Surely it'd be better to have better deal.
Rum.
Well. We do have some money already, though. We could go pick up some rum, like, pretty quickly.
True. But you get better ties with the Vodachi, and you let me have a little bit of the money, and I'll get better ties with the Veston.
It is a long trip, though, isn't it? Because they're all the way on the other side. And...
That is true. But this was your plan.
Alright. I have a plan.
Okay.
We grab the boys. The lads, the Castiles. And we take them up to the Vestons, and we drop you off there, right?
Sure.
From there, you have 2 jobs. Okay? You'll need.
Of course.
Obviously, I'm not telling you what to do. I'm just saying, like, this is the objectives we have. Right. So, you sell the Castilians, get us a bit of money for that. Start setting up some kind of trade relations, all that kind of thing, right? We will sail down the coast, down to the Oisons. We'll have a little chat with them. We'll see if we can set up something with one of the guilds or something in there. At the end of the day, I don't think we'll get much, but it's not a bad idea to start off, right?
I do not believe it will hurt to establish trade relations with every port.
I agree, but there's no reason to go gallivanting all around the Atabian Sea, right? Like we can. This
I
one's
don't
kind of near.
I don't believe there is, but the Vestin and the Vodachi will offer us the highest profit.
Right, but it's all the way over the other side, right? So you know, there's it would take us days, you know, maybe a week to go there and back.
I
So,
do believe they produce rum over on the Vodachi, though.
I mean, sorry, I got a message.
Can he roll for insight to decide whether or not he knows where rum is made?
No.
Ah.
He doesn't care where rum is made. Well, it's true, but what? Okay, so what I'm thinking, right, is we can leave you there for a couple of days as we go down the coast. We can go see if we can land with the Oisons, see if there's an option there for see if there's any trading companies, any guilds or anything that's willing to work with us. Take a couple of days, a day maybe. Then we can come back up the coast while we've been gone. Aside from establishing relations, getting a few people who maybe buy stuff off us and trade with us, you know, on the sly. You could also maybe ask around, see if there's any decent Avalonian ships coming back and forth. You know, something we could maybe hit on the way
Liberate.
back. Right. And then because we'll still be in the area, you know, the Avalonian's going to be traveling around this area anyway. We can hit that up. If there is anything available, then we can come back and, you know, lickety splits, all good, and we don't have to travel around for weeks and weeks and weeks and leave you in the Western place for, I don't know, like a week and a half or something.
Oh, are you concerned with my comfort? Because I will be very comfortable in the Vestin Fort.
No, I just figured it would be easier than sailing all over the place right now. Do you feel
Possibly.
like... I know, you said you had connections, right? You feel like it's going to take more than a couple of days?
No, but getting another ship might.
Wait, we're getting on a ship now. We don't
Possibly.
have the money for that.
Don't think we have the crew for it either.
Oh, we definitely don't have the crew for it.
Oh, we absolutely have the crew for it. We don't have enough people. We have more than enough people for the Lucine. The Kelpie's gone.
Hi, but do we
How
have
are
enough
we going?
people?
How are we going to afford money for the other members of the Kelpie if we're only using the Lucine?
Well, I imagine hitting a fat merchant ship wouldn't help. Wouldn't hurt.
Of course not. It wouldn't hurt, but the shares are shared about from the crew that's on the ship. This is what we agreed to. If you're not on the ship, you don't get a share. I feel like that's rather unfair, which is why I think we need to get another ship as soon as possible.
If we are going to acquire a second ship, we need to be very careful how we go about getting it, who we talk to, and who is aware that a ship is being sold, etc. Because if the wrong word gets back to the wrong people, it could cause complications if we raid another ship.
And at this point, Skelton slams his heel on the table. He's kind of been kicked back a little bit, listening to everyone. He says,
Yeah.
"All right, lads. Now, my thinkings is I'm going to be calling a crew together to head out on this little expedition. I appreciate the crossing of minds here, so I have a couple of questions, mostly for you, Mr. Gilligan. What
Yes,
ship is it you're planning on procuring, and with what money are you planning on procuring it?"
I get up, walk over to him. and whisper in his ear. I have family that work with the Vestin Raiders. They would be more than willing to join our endeavor. And then I'll go back and sit down.
It's an interesting prospect, Mr. Gilligan. However, I think for now, we'll be wanting to only be working with the people we have. Now, don't get me wrong. An occasional one or two taken from the taverns nearby, people who have no prospects, people who have no work, etc., is gonna be fine. The problem we're looking at here is, as we stand, we are going to be essentially sitting ducks for quite a while here. I don't
And
think
the
the
guild-
prospect of a lot more people immediately is going to help our supply situation or our secrecy situation.
If that is your belief, I will not fight against the council's decisions.
If, however, in the future you wish, or if you just wish to call this this venture yourself, you can feel free.
Would I have access to the plunder to sell if I called this venture myself? Because we have plunder that we have not sold yet.
And he kind of looks around at the rest of the council and also the other people who have still hung around.
Mm-hmm.
He says, I think selling the plunder we've managed to attain is not a terrible idea if we can get a decent price for it. However, a lot of that money should be going to the lads now.
Of course.
So I don't think we'll be having the funds to buy ourselves a new ship. Not at the moment, anyway.
At this extent, Don Jose will pipe up and go how about we procure some lifting equipment and try to raise the Kelpie? That should be cheaper than buying a new ship.
It's not
Well,
very
It
likely.
would probably also help morale.
I think the problem is we don't really have what I would call proper ship rights. I'm not sure how solid or how much time would be needed to fix up the ship.
even beaching it would raise morale, I believe.
It'd also be easier to access the cannons that we left on there. Set up some defenses with them.
You have actually taken the cannons. I couldn't remember how many there were, so I just
There were more cannons on the Kelpie than there were on the Kelpie has 20 cannons total. We only recovered 6.
Oh, I just put
according to-
6 because I couldn't remember how many, so I just put a number there. So
I mean, it would be pretty ridiculous if we saved all 20.
yeah, you're right. Let's go 18.
Sure, yeah.
I would say 10 to 12 personally, but 18 I'll take.
Let's split the diff a little bit, take it down a scooch, but essentially, like, the cannons are going to be useful for defending the island. That's about all you can use them for, and they will also, you're going to have to get them up there, and, so if you want to create, a little fortification area around the entrance bay to Kelpie's Rest, you can stick some cannons up there, but obviously they still have to use powder, they still have to be, manned and everything, so... Yeah.
Okay, now out of character question, how much plunder do we have in comparison to a cost of new small ship? Like, could we literally buy a ship with what we have right now? Because I assume we are not even close.
No.
And
No.
if we steal one, it's going to make a lot of a impression.
I mean, like, look at it. Look at it this way. This way, like, you're in a ketch. It's decent and it's quite fast. If you want to take on like I mean, taking on a galleon might be a bit difficult, but if you take on like a galley, very, very possible. You're going to be effective enough as pirates. If you're taking like transport ships, so you're thinking like Karak, maybe galley, caravels, like they all tend to carry these type of things. When you go to like galleon, a galleon is more often used for important supplies. You know, we're talking like gold, we're talking like, you know, like really expensive shit.
Yeah.
And we wouldn't try taking one out of a harbour, would we?
I mean, mate, like, if you want to try and take a ship out of a harbor, be my guest, but I will say out of character, you know, kind of out of game, like, you will shit on your reputation with that place.
Yeah, I figured.
And that's going to be something whereby, like, and just as a note for kind of as we go forward, this is something that you'd all know and you'd all be vaguely aware of, like, you're going to need to be careful about like drawing the ire of the nations in a big way, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if you go out there and you sink like 50 galleys and take all their shit, you'll have a whole load of like supplies and money and etc. But you're going to have basically all of the nations get around a table and go, okay, we've got some ridiculously dangerous pirates out there. We're going to have to hunt them down and destroy them. And so you'll start having like frigates and stuff patrolling, looking for you guys, like escorting even the smallest merchant ships and stuff. Like, you're going to find it very difficult to keep going. Like, not impossible. You can 100% do this if you want, obviously. But essentially, the best thing starting out until you can slowly like start building up your forces, start building up the island. If you get to a point, for example, where the island's fairly defensible, you can feel a lot more safe. Maybe you have 2 or 3 ships as well that you can take out. You know, maybe a couple of brigantines, barks, etc. Just a bit bigger, a bit more guns. Then you'll be able to feel a bit more comfortable about making your presence known, like swinging your power about a bit. Starting off, you're gonna want to be careful, just purely because, yeah, you don't wanna draw attention to yourself, and it's one of those things where if you take out like a galley carrying spice or carrying, you know, supplies, etc., etc., then it's going to be a lot. They're not really going to care that much about that. They'll just assume it got lost at sea or pirated or whatever. If you do it like 5-10 times to the same people, to the same nation, they're going to start looking into it. If you do it 50 times, then you're going to have like a price on your head, you know?
Yeah.
So, just putting that out there as an idea. And I think at this point, like, my plan, unless anyone has a preference, my plan currently is to take the first group out, the first outing out as Skeleton. However, if someone would like to call a very specific mission or something, you can 100%, you know, take captainship and.
No,
Do you have a?
I'm not planning on overthrowing Skeleton.
Well,
What
Yeah.
is Skeleton's plan? Does he just want to sail until he finds a ship and rob it?
Well, so the general plan that Skeleton is thinking on currently, and I'll do it without the Skeleton voice because, you know, it's just a little bit easier to explain. He's liking the idea of going to the he's liking
Vendel League.
well, the Vestons port.
Well, the Vendel League is the Veston's primary merchant guild.
Right, but essentially his plan is we have someone who has some contacts, who has some knowledge of the tradesman in the Veston port that's nearby. So we go there, and then he's very open to either, while waiting for that to get all sorted out, either going for a look or investigating the port to see if they can find out whether there is any likely ships scheduled or seen anywhere recently. They can go and hunt down and do a bit of pirating.
I have a question. Did Matthias share the details about the shipment of Castilian building supplies?
Good point. I forgot about that because I don't have my notes.
Yeah, I forgot about that. I think he would during this. I think you know what, actually, he'll remember about that when somebody asks him for a letter.
I will be doing that soon, as soon as this meeting's over and done with.
Okay.
Well, I would say in that case, unless anyone has any things they want to throw out, it'll Skeleton will kind of jump up on the table and kind of shout to everyone that it has been decided we're heading to the Western port. We need a crew to crew the Lucky Lucine, and while the crew is gone, he expects everyone to start diving down to the, what's the other ship called? Sorry.
The Kelpie.
Start diving down to the Kelpie to see the logistics and viability of raising it back up and maybe beaching it. Maybe going down repairing a few of the bigger holes, the stuff that will really leak, and then either pumping it out or managing to kind of haul it out, essentially. So, first up, going top to bottom, who signs up for the outing? Starting with Brooks.
I suppose Brooks would sign up for the outing.
Okay.
It's been a while since he's killed someone. But I don't think that was the plan.
Essentially, the plan, and I'll say that, the plan is that there's probably not going to be too much of a haul on this one.
It's a trading mission. It's not a killing mission.
Well, so the plan is to do a bit of pirating if they can find a galley or a ship or whatever. And out of character, we know that there is the Castilian ship. Which they'll essentially, interestingly, they could actually go visit the Eisen port because the Castilian ship's going to be passing around that area anyway. But we'll they'll figure that out as they go. It's mostly going to be construction supplies and that type of thing. So it's not really going to be gold and loot and precious stuff to sell. I'll
take an anvil.
Yeah, it'll be good for the it'll be good for the I'm gonna call it a settlement because I can't think of the actual word for the island, basically. So Brooks, you're in.
Yep.
Don Jose.
Out of character, this is a good question, and I don't know the answer yet.
Yeah.
On one hand, Don Jose would probably want to visit the actual settlement to have a bath and shave because, goddamn, this is bad living. But on the other hand, I don't As a player, I have been researching how people actually raised ships, and if nobody else stays on the island that actually understands something about shipbuilding, he will probably stay back to coordinate that.
Okay.
And if we go with the skeleton, then he will probably suggest looking also for literally just delivery non-violent jobs, nothing suspicious, something easy to get.
Yeah.
I can do both, like sailing with him, and I can stay behind trying to raise, well, not raise the boat, but work on that.
All right.
Well,
Well,
Bowden's not here, so he would stay behind.
yeah. Mr. Gilligan.
I have to go. If we're looking to
Oh.
set up trade relations with the Vestin, that's my jam.
I was gonna make a joke about, oh no, like we're not even, super far into the session. You have to go already. But
Yeah, I have to go.
okay. And Jaeger.
Jaeger will stay to help oversee the salvaging of the ship and finishing of the various facilities.
Okay. Lockbox.
Honestly, I'd probably ask Skelton if he would prefer me to come or not, because there's shit I could do here and there's shit I could do on the boat. So up to a coin toss, I guess.
Okay. I mean, there's always need for a cook on the ship, on a ship journey. Also, you've been in the melee before and done pretty well, so he's going to be very happy to have you. But obviously, if you don't want to go, or if you don't go, then there are a few other, like, call them sous chefs or whatever, right?
Yeah. If he's happy to have me go, then I'd go with him.
Okay. Matthias, Mr. Brixton.
Sorry. Well, he's the navigator, so he kind of has to go.
No, I mean,
But
like you're not bound to go because you're the navigator. Like at the end of the day, they have people who can read a map. They have people who can.
Yeah.
Like, if you're going somewhere completely unexplored or undiscovered or whatever, then absolutely you will be needed. But if you want to, you can without guilt sit out like basic missions like this.
In that case, I think he'll stay back and continue working on building a settlement.
Okay. Obviously, first time out, and the prospect of possibly raiding a ship if they manage to find one has the majority of the crew eager to go and to head out. So I would say preparations begin. Those of you who are taking the journey, then grab your stuff, get ready. You'll be heading off in the morning. Yeah, I think it makes sense to head off in the morning. Gives time to like kind of prep the ship and get supplies on board, and just make sure everything's ready. So, seeing as not all of you are off and needing to prepare the supplies and powder and all those type of things, anyone not going out can start making plans for the next probably like how long are you going to want / need in Veston?
It depends on how easily my contact is willing to set up this trade agreement, as well as the prices I can get for the plunder we currently have.
Okay. I mean, you don't have that much.
Is it enough for about 20 to 50 barrels of rum?
No.
How about some tongs or other supplies that would help with the building of the settlement?
Oh yeah. You can like you're not going to be able to mass order like a whole load of crap, but
Mhm.
you know, there's enough for a specialist shopping outing, let's call it.
How about 5 barrels of rum and a specialist shopping item?
I'd say probably.
Okay.
Okay. So,
One thing I haven't realized, like I forgot about,
hmm.
is someone taking care of the Spanish prisoners, because like Don Jose was kind of like being trying to like taking them as his responsibility. So
Yeah,
someone is taking care of them if he doesn't go with the not crusade voyage.
yeah,
Lockbox would definitely make sure they're at least fed and watered.
Well, I mean, they need to be fed. We've been using them as labor force, right?
Yeah.
Can't just have them not work when everyone else is.
so I would say that it's essentially they have been being looked after. I've kind of half assumed that it was you and a few others. Like, yeah, they're not being treated badly or anything. They're just mostly ignored, and they're not like super happy about being prisoners. Um,
I
I'm al-
assume we offered them the option to join us.
um, I don't think that was ever something that was offered. I do believe we talked about that, and at the time, I think Don Jose was a little bit
I was against Shanghaiing them, like actually dragging
yes.
them.
Um, I would say if you want to extend the offer to them, I don't think anyone's going to complain. Although it will
Yeah, I
lose
would
you.
absolutely like extend it to them, but I also would say that if you don't, basically like Skeleton was saying in the morning, like if you want to go with us, if you don't want to go with us, we'll just drop you off. It will be fine.
Okay. In that case, you let's say like you raise the option and the possibility during the council meeting. Um, as people are discussing like where to go and where to take the prisoners and etc. Uh, and Skelton says, how? I'm trying to figure out. Are you happy being referred to as Don Jose? Like,
Yeah.
is Don Jose happy with that, or do you prefer like Mr. Fernando or something? You know.
Yeah, probably he would nominally like request that he is like talked to in the like the surname, but he also understands it's fucking impractical. And as a player, I think Don Jose is just simpler.
How about
You have
Don?
like 4 surnames. Which one?
How about Don Fernando? How about Don Fernando?
Fernando is still the first name, just first of the two, so he would be Gonzalez Montilla, I think.
Okay.
Don Gonzalez.
Yeah, Don Gonzalez Montilla. Yeah, that would probably be the
I'm not going.
preferred
You
calling
you
name.
gotta choose Gonzalez and Montilla. I'm not doing both.
Then go Don Jose.
Okay.
Okay, I'll tell you what. We will assume that people are being polite to him, but they call him Don Jose.
Yeah.
Don Jose. You may and if anyone disagrees, please feel free to raise it here, but
Mm-hmm.
the majority of the council are perfectly fine bringing on new crewmates if they are willing to live the life and if they are willing to shed their old loyalties. I think it would be best coming from you if you'd like to extend them the invitation.
Yes, I will not make any guarantees if they, but I will definitely speak positively on behalf of this life of freedom.
Of course. Well,
I understand that we need to make sure that they are that they will remain loyal to us and not actually sell us out.
once the money starts coming in, I don't think we're going to have a problem with loyalty.
Yes, I do believe we should offer them this. Both we need the people, and it will make them hopefully feel more in control of their own fate.
Of
If they don't
course.
agree, we will drop them off with anyone from the old crew who doesn't want to continue in piracy. But I wish to at least include them in the option.
and let them know that if they refuse our offer, we will still drop them off at the port and they will not be harmed.
Yes, I do thank you for this.
Of course. And yeah, you have a little bit of a wander and present the offer. I believe there was it 5 or 6 of them, something like that, wasn't it?
6.
There's 6 of them?
6.
Okay.
Yep, 6.
In that case,
Like, I don't think it will make any practical difference, to be honest.
let's have a look here. Could you please roll me your convince with panache? And if you have any like bonuses, I would say, I'd say you probably get a bonus for leadership. Yeah, I'd say, but bonus because you are and you have trained to be an officer and you do have that leadership there, so a bonus dice there. Ooh. Okay. That's pretty good.
Yeah, 2 plus 3 plus 1, that's how I put it in.
Hmm.
No 10 in there, so I don't think it is that great.
I mean, no 10, no, but, you know, like...
Yeah, at least 3 successes, 3 10s can be made out of that.
Yeah. Okay. So, what I would say is, the Castilians are were essentially represented by one of the men, who says, Don Jose, we are tempted by the offer of a free life. As you know, very often we are not forced, but compelled onto ships. And it is appealing. This place, this island is nice. My question would be is, if we were to say no, what would happen to us?
The same thing that would happen if this offer was never given. You will be dropped off. I think the current discussion says that you will be dropped off in Western Port.
Okay.
Nothing, no harm will come to you. Similarly, if some of you decide to join, some of you decide to not, this is perfectly fine. This is merely an opportunity. You are not being forced into anything.
And our other question. Well, the other question has 2 parts. What is the deal for a regular crewmate of a ship for the captains? What is the split? And I'll tell you now. So the way an outing will basically work, and this is something that we can talk about among the council and among the players as well. My thought is in an outing, captain gets 25. I'd say either 25 or 50 goes to the island coffers, to the like organizational coffers.
We said 15% originally.
15% goes to the. When did we say that?
Last session.
Okay.
Skeleton said 15% last session in one of his speeches.
Okay. Okay. Let's take it out fully out of character. I'm gonna put it to you guys as players because the council's cool for a lot of in-game decisions and stuff, but I feel like it's more important for you guys as players to be happy. Like, what are you thinking in terms of an outing split? So when you come back,
yeah,
everyone who's on the crew gets an equal share minus a certain set of percentages, right?
So as a captain, Henry Gilligan was planning on taking that 15% out of his share. So he would take 10% and then an equal share.
Oh wait,
and
are
then
you talking about what the captain takes?
Yeah, you said the
Okay.
captain takes 25%. That wasn't
Right,
discussed.
okay,
What was discussed was the share that the island or the Accord Council gets.
Yeah.
That was 15%
Okay.
off the top. So what I was planning to do with Henry Gilligan was he was going to take that 15% out of his 25% share, and then he would have his 10% plus an equal share and he would give up his equal share among the crew.
Gotcha.
They would
Okay.
just get equal shares. He would just get a baseline 10% off the top.
All right. So I would say, given that it's not going anywhere specific, like to someone, it would make sense if it was 50% to the island coffers, 15% from the 15% from the captain to the captain, whoever runs the thing. You could even maybe say 50% to the captain and the crew and the like officer, important people, whoever that happens to be, can. But I feel like it,
Again, it kind of depends on how many crew you're taking as well.
yeah.
Because if you're taking out 30 crew, and then you've already got 50% going to the island, then 15 going to the captain, so that leaves.
I would argue
35.
Thank you. It's about 1% then to everyone else.
Yeah. So it would be say it would be 35 to every 100 split amongst the crew.
well, if the island gets 50% off the top,
Yeah.
that leaves 50% to split between the captain and the crew, and if the captain takes 15%, that means that's a 65% off the top right then and there.
Yeah.
That means the crew only gets a percentage of a 45% of the take, and that really
35.
yeah, 35%. You're right. Sorry,
Yeah.
I've been drinking. That's a lot. That's a lot off the top. I would say 15% goes to the island. The captain gets to decide on how much he takes, and the rest is split between the crew. That's how Gilligan's going to do it, because 50% is too much.
What do the rest of you guys think?
I think leaving it up to the ship's captain, except of course for the part that they gets taken off of them for the island, would make a bit
I
more
think
sense.
the council can only decide on how much the island gets, which Gilligan's going to stick to that 15%.
It makes sense for the captain to make the choice. All right. Why don't does anyone else have any thoughts? Rest of you guys.
As a human, I refuse to deal with numbers.
That's fair.
I completely zoned out. I don't know what's going on.
Don't worry, Brooks will only complain that his share's not big enough at all times.
Yeah. Diego Duzo?
Sorry, I was microwaving pasta. What was the question?
I was asking everyone else.
Oh, well, I've said what my piece was.
Yeah. Diego?
I'm good.
Okay. Duzo?
Yeah, I said I'm good.
Okay. In that case, what we'll say until you guys have more of an opinion is I think 35% for the island makes a decent amount of sense, and then leave it down to the individual captain how it's exactly split past there.
I mean, then if the captain decides to take 15 for themselves, that still leaves a good 50% to split between the crew. Maybe 30.
Yeah. I'd say 10 to 15 is probably going to be the natural, just depending on
It depends on the captain and how much people like him and want to work for him.
Yes. And that gives a bit of wiggle room as well for the captain to offer percentages to important individuals who may have a key role that they'll need. So I like that idea. Okay. Is that good with you, Potato?
Yeah, 35.
Alright.
Gilligan would fight for Galton's original 15, but he won't fight too hard for the 35.
Well, I mean, like, the thing is, this is thinking in the realm of, like, essentially what you are buying with that, as just generally speaking, is,
Mm-hmm.
call it, like, for the greater good, a rent or whatever, you know? Like,
Mm-hmm.
essentially, you need, as a captain, the other way to do it would be to give each captain 100% and allow them to do whatever they want with it, but then they will have to buy all of their own, like, powder, supplies, everything for the outing, because
Mm-hmm.
I think even with 15%, that's not going to be much in terms of like supplies and backup and all that kind of stuff.
And to me, it will always depend on what is exactly is the loot. Like there is a difference between 50% of 2 tons of gold and 15% of 2 tons of potatoes.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like any building supplies, it'd be 100% towards the island, but actual supplies that will be sold for cash money, that would be 15% for the island, for if Gilligan is captain at least.
Yeah. Okay. In that case, yes, as I was saying, I think that, what's gonna happen, Don Jose, is the representative will say, I feel me and most of the men are interested in making a fortune, our own fortune. We were not paid well on the ship. We did not have a high position. And if we go home, if we go back to Castile, this will remain the same. So, of
Yeah,
course,
life is hard in Castile.
yes. So of course, the rest of the men, there may be one, there may be two who do decide that they want to leave. But myself, I'm in, and he kind of like waves his hand back, and we will discuss and we will let you know.
Thank you. We have all the time until we reach to Western colonies.
Of course. And I will say for myself and the couple of others who have already decided to join you, we will stay here on the island to begin with, and in the future we will sign up. But for now, essentially they're not going on this outing.
Right. Yeah. Okay.
And what will actually happen while you are still back there is within about a day, he's going to come up to you and say that everyone's decided to stay. With a little bit of a chat with him, afterwards. There's a couple you may want to keep your eye on. They weren't completely, they didn't completely decide to stay. They were more kind of like, they were hesitant, and then because everyone else decided to join, the last two were kind of like, oh, well, I don't really want to go and get sold off by it, like, bit of peer pressure.
Give them to me. Do it.
I mean, there could be worse fates.
Yeah, I mean, there is not like okay, I will try to pay attention to that, but I mean, like they should have fucking gone then if they did not want. But yeah, I understand the peer pressure of saying yeah, then yeah.
Yeah, it's not that they didn't. It's not that they didn't want to. It's that they weren't sure, and they were swayed by the fact that the others did make a decision and were like, okay, yeah, let's stay. Give me a second here. Does any essentially for the people who are staying, Correct me if I'm wrong. I believe that is Don Jose, Lockbox, and Brixton.
Going because Skeleton
Right.
wanted me to go.
Right. It was.
I'm the one staying.
Jaeger is staying. Apologies.
Yeah, I'm also staying.
So for those of you who are staying, the outing, as long as nothing goes wrong, the outing is probably going to be gone for about a week, maybe a week and a couple of days. Essentially, I think let's on the Flotsam and Jetsam, we will put it below the council. Sorry, yeah, we'll put it below the council, above the map key. Do you have any? I have an area for projects, essentially. The main project is obviously going to be raising the ship. Oh, sorry, not raising the ship, obviously, but
Salvaging the ship.
yeah, like looking at the ship, trying to see if much of it can be repaired, like what the viability of that. So that's something you don't really need to organize or get rolling yourselves. If you have any
Oh, someone did put in latrines and bathhouse. Okay, I can delete this then.
Yes, that's the first thing I put in.
Like
Yeah.
I am assuming like latrines is something we dug out like the first day.
I mean, how about a farm?
It was never said in either of the sessions, so
I did kind of assume that you would I did kind of assume that you would dig out like basic shitters, but you don't have anything like, you don't have anything solid.
Yeah. Do we want to start out maybe like a lookout tower?
Yeah.
Towers, because you're going to need multiple, right?
Yeah.
I mean, we've got 6 cannons. No, wait, we've got loads more than that. But we got a bunch of cannons. I'm sure we could set up about 4 or 5. Gonna need. I reckon the island would need about 7 lookout towers. But
Don Jose, essentially you now have what you can pretty much consider like a supporter or a lieutenant, Tiago. Wait, sorry, is Ard there?
Yeah,
Oh.
yes. I just don't know what does that mean.
Okay, so what that means is consider him a little bit like Franks to Brooks. Like, it's a mixture of friend, supporter, well, kind of, like,
you have 6
okay.
very
Right,
you
right,
have
right.
4 very loyal Castilians to you.
yeah,
And
you
2 that
okay,
are
right.
less loyal.
You got flunkies.
partially because you recruited them, partially because you do vibe Spanish officer. They're a bit more comfortable, like, following you. It doesn't necessarily mean they're always going to agree with you or anything, but you can pretty much rely on them to have your back.
Yeah. If you don't roll some name for them, then I will probably roll them somewhere over the week.
You can roll up names. If any of you want to add, like, I would say the section under the Atabian Sea, if you want to add in your own little like details and stuff, like character names and that type of thing, like, feel free. So you can just like note it, basically say like brackets Don Jose, and then be like Castilian crewmates, and just you can put their names down. The only person I have named is Tiago, who is the guy you spoke to. He's essentially going to be your
Mouthpiece for them.
yeah, and also like a very willing second in command, essentially. So yeah.
Was he just a baseline sailor on the ship, or was he some actual NPC, like not NPC, non-commissioned officer?
Yeah, you could consider him almost like a. I'm not sure what the ranks are on. Let's call it like a midshipman, I think.
Wow.
If you're doing one above a midshipman, that's a lieutenant.
No, I'd say midshipman. He wasn't an officer.
Okay.
Think kind of like sergeant, corporal-ish. Like,
Yeah, I'm going off of U.S. Navy.
Yeah, I just don't expect them to be any higher in the like pecking order. Those
Oh.
mostly just died.
Yeah, no, they're you know, they're like the rest of the crew to the most part. The only difference is they don't have much current loyalty to anyone else. So it makes, and considering you convince them, it makes sense that they kind of attach to you a little bit. Obviously, they're going to be living their own lives and, you know, doing their own thing, but I feel like it's worth just noting because it makes sense that they'd be like, oh yeah, the Spanish officer, the Castilian officer dude who was nice to us. Like, let's be nice, let's be friendly to him, and if he needs a hand, then hey, we're here. God damn, you guys have a lot of projects.
I think they're all needed.
Yeah, yeah. All right. So, what I will say is projects for while they're away, we can probably get one project each if you kind of, because there aren't as many crew around at this point, so, you know, and you still have everyday stuff, which we will assume is happening, you know, kind of little bit of hunting, keeping the food stores up, a little bit of, you know, basic exploring, and, you know, not much. But, so, we, for Don Jose Yeager and Matthias, Mr. Brixton, why don't you go ahead and designate for me the project you would like to start working on during this interim?
I think he's gonna get started on the fence and that around the settlement, because there's no telling when.
Do I need to put border fence on there?
Because there's no telling when, like, we might start getting tropical storms.
Yeah.
And they can be really bad, and if we start getting trees falling over into the village, or debris flying around, or if dangerous animals happen to wander too close, like it's best to get started on some level of protection and defense.
Yeah, the only thing a border fence will do for you is the animals. It will not stop a storm.
Yeah.
It will actually be blown down by a storm with how good our building is for 1500s.
Well, I was thinking like get like just like
stop being light wind, or
like, are you thinking more of a palisade?
Palisade?
Yeah, that's more like almost like a big like wooden stake wall as opposed to a
yeah, that's what I was thinking.
I'm telling. That's not going to help you with
trucks.
storms. That's going to help you with animals, but storms will blow that down, especially. So you guys are thinking about Europe. We're talking about
America.
America.
The islands.
The islands. That shit's not going to help. What you want is something like a seawall, which we won't be able to build with what we have.
What you may want to, if you're thinking about like defense and safety and stuff like that, what you could maybe do is start excavating and setting up firing positions up on the hills overlooking the bay entrance.
Okay.
again, that'd be the whole thing of lookout towers. But
yeah.
Well, so lookout towers are just to spot stuff. Firing positions would basically be a basic kind of like log fence, a small little log kind of square almost, to put
Yeah.
your cannons in to protect them from cannon fire, but allow them to fire down on ships trying to enter the bay. Very, very useful. If you want to do that now, I would say it's just pretty good choice. Oh, you've got lookout towers with cannons? Okay.
Yeah.
So if we take the...
I mean, we can split the two.
Yeah, so we do that, and then we say bay entrance firing positions. There we go. Alright. Don Jose and Jaeger, do you have anything you'd like to set yourself to task?
Don Jose will probably be overseeing the salvaging of the ship. But
Salvaging.
I'm kind of suspecting we will need to build a raft for it, which will require a lot of wood, which will require cutting down trees, which can help actually clearing out farmlands. So yeah, my importance is salvaging the ship, but it may require wood as preparation.
You're going on the trip, Gilligan. You don't get to do this.
It was my idea.
Yeah, you can leave a few instructions, but you don't get to help.
God damn it! It was my friggin' idea.
Yeah, well, so was going to the fucking the Vestons.
Yeah, create yourself a flunky.
Yeah.
Can I have a flunky, Sheepy?
Yeah. If you convince someone to be your flunky, or if you
And I utilize my flunky to do something.
And then I utilize my flunky to do. I have a secondary character that I can utilize.
they don't exist
No, I'm
yet.
not.
Cheap.
Yeah, they don't
Chibi.
exist yet. Apparently, they're just an unnamed Vestin that's wandering around the crew.
They're just
Is
a
how you
faceless person wandering
Yeah.
around in the background, and yeah.
is how you told me. I'm gonna find that faceless person and have them do it.
My secondary character is actually like an alien. He will just burst out of the original crew
Oh,
when
yeah,
I die.
yeah.
That's awesome. He's just gonna burst out of your chest.
There's a cave in the hills up to the north, and there's just a whole load of like clone bodies hanging there in weird like goop waiting to be birthed.
Yeah.
When
That is very disturbing.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with that.
It sounds like a
Uh,
game you're planning, Sheepy.
Oh, well.
How many sous chefs do I have? 4, right?
Oh yeah, you can't have your sous chefs do stuff.
Oh, I can't have the sous chef do stuff? Okay.
No, so essentially, the like, so Don Jose, generally speaking, like if it's like build me a shitter in my house, like he could maybe get one of he could maybe get the Castilians to either help him with it or etc. Generally speaking, when you're doing these when you're doing these events, these projects, you are not only doing it yourself, but you're getting the remaining crew to help you with it.
So I can't tell my sous chef, you guys should start work on a smokehouse.
So, it is something you could maybe, like, try and convince one of the people left behind to get people to do. The problem is if no one's kind of directing it, and, you know, the sous chefs are just kind of like... Essentially, I'm trying my best to represent, in a game-type way, building up the island, but also going out and doing things. If you guys are going
Okay.
out, if you guys are going out and doing things, it's a lot harder to get stuff done back at the island. I'm very happy to, if you want to kind of organize a bunch of the crew while you're away, we could do either like a RP scene or a role maybe, but it will slow down the other projects that are going to be going on while you're away. Who is having trouble with fonts?
Me, I
see
am.
you there.
Okay. Delete
Yeah.
Oh my
everything.
god.
Delete it all and just press Control, Shift, and V.
There you go. There's my number 2, Oliver.
Okay, so he'll help. Right.
Yeah, he's gonna
be
help.
digging the hole.
Yeah, I'm fine with him digging the hole. This is my goddamn idea. You guys don't get to benefit from it. If I don't get to benefit from it, goddamn it.
What do you?
Who
Of
says you
course.
don't get to benefit from it?
What are you talking? Of
Eh.
course, you're gonna benefit from it. If it's built, people will be able to shit
It's
in
a
it.
shitter and bathhouse. Everybody's going to benefit from it.
Yeah.
Yeah, but only at night when hell is
But
not
you want a
guarding
little
it.
plaque on the door that says this was my idea?
Goddamn right I do.
Yes,
Elegant
my
shitter.
lord. Yeah, I will forever think of Hal when shitting.
Welcome,
Good.
Hal
Welcome-
Gilligan, purveyor of shit ideas.
welcome to Gilligan's shitter and washer.
You know
Nah.
what? I'm 100% for that. You guys are like, oh, he's gonna be upset. No, fuck you.
No,
Like, think
Gilligan
about it.
shit out as it is.
Yeah, Gilligan's shithouse. I'm down for that.
Gilligan's shithouse. Alright, I'll make a sign and put it over it.
Alright.
We will get to Gilligan's Island one day, but this is a humble beginning.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right. What I will say is I'm not too worried about how you want to roll for these projects.
You
what
just
I-
wait until I find out flushing toilets is a thing. It was a thing in the 1500s.
What I will say is okay, here we go. So latrines, so Jaeger, I'm gonna get rid of whoever the fuck Olvir is.
How dare you?
So Jaeger,
Mhm.
when we're talking latrines, bathhouse, what kind of like project? Are we talking like maybe 4 shitters and then a basic like hot tub basically, or are we talking an actual kind of log house that is housing these things?
I was thinking kind of like a Roman bathhouse.
Okay.
Kind of large bathing area. Basic kind of waterworks. And just like
So open
we have a lot of people, so probably around.
open roof, but kind of surrounded. What I will say is the digging will take longer than the building a small building like a kind of hot tubby bath type thing. But you'll use more wood building the hot tubby bath type thing.
Yeah.
Can I talk
definitely
to
want this
Jaeger
to-
about this? Can I give him the instructions of how to build this?
I mean, so you can't give him instructions on how to build this. You can advise him if you want. It is down
Yeah,
to
before
him.
I leave.
Yeah,
before I leave, can I
absolutely.
give him?
But
Okay.
And I'm saying this for Jaeger mostly, he does
Mhm.
not have to listen to you. He can do
That's
whatever he
fair.
wants.
That's fair. You should probably do 10 latrines.
And I'm gonna grab a
Um,
drink quickly. So
You should probably do 10 latrines, separate stalls.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah, 10 latrines, separate
10
stalls.
latrines for 100 people?
I'm not talking about one latrine. You have to do multiple latrines. 10 stalls. For the bathhouse, I would love to do a Roman bathhouse. You're not going to be able to do that with what you have.
Swedish bathhouse it is.
A Swedish bathhouse is closer, but god damn it, I'm a manager. I got to take this call.
That should be fun.
Red. BRB, getting a drink.
Yep.
Is my thing okay? It wasn't. I have
Okay.
named all my sous chefs.
Okay, is any of them Sue?
No.
I'm
I've gotta run to the
disappointed.
restroom real quick.
I don't know why one of them isn't.
Because they're French. Well, they're Montagna, Vestin, the Italian one, Vodici, and Eisen.
One of them could be called Sue.
None of them are female.
I mean, female. Yeah, doesn't need to be a female name. You could have a boy named Sue.
So for the bathhouse, yes, you're going to want a large hot tub, but you're also going to want to wash. You're going to want to have wash stations because you don't want to have people who are not washed going in the bath. So,
Shower off first, then bath. Right.
well, no, showers have not been invented yet, unfortunately, as much as I would love that they had. So you're
How
going to
the
have to
fuck didn't they invent the shower sooner? It's such a simple concept.
Man, dude, Brooks, you're staying behind. If you want to invent the
He
shower,
is not, I don't think.
I'm not staying behind.
God damn it. Jaeger, you're staying behind. If you want to invent the shower, go ahead. I love that idea. But you're gonna want pots that have hot water in them that people can wash off, and then the relaxation bit is the Roman baths. Like, you don't want people who are filthy going into the communal bath. Um, yeah, you're gonna need to make multiple latrines. I would say 10 spots each. Uh, not like in the center of town, obviously, but away on the edges of town. With easy access. It depends on if you want to try to do a sewage system that goes out into the bay, or if you want to do an actual outhouse system. I'll leave that up to you. Eventually, hopefully, we'll get building materials to do a sewer system because, god damn it, it's the 1650s. We have the ability to build sewers, Sheepy. I will fight you.
I don't know where this aggression is coming from, but okay.
Flushable toilets. That's where the aggression's coming from.
Right, but I didn't say anything about not being able to do that eventually.
I
Yeah.
have returned.
Changed one of the sous chef's name to Sue. It was the Frenchman.
Hey!
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So I think outhouse versions of sewage is what you're going to be dealing with in the beginning, but eventually you will hopefully be able to build an actual sewage system for the colony, which is what we're doing, which was what we're building. I don't care what people call it. We're building a colony. We're colonizing this island. That's what's happening.
Hey man, I'm always
Well-
in favor of colonization.
I was
I know
about to
you're
say,
English.
well, we are formerly British.
Well, some of you.
What do you
I mean, some
formally?
of you.
I'm German.
We were
I'm-
hired by the British.
I'm Scandinavian.
To clarify, what are we building?
Well, I think the bathhouse latrines was one of them.
Yeah, but what, like, so I need an idea of how much wood this is gonna cost. Because that's your
Like,
that's
Probably
your
the question is if you want to
material.
really the difference between like Roman communal relaxation bathhouse or somewhere where people can get from dirty into clean.
I would say you probably like my.
Let's start dirty to clean and then work our way up.
You could
Yeah,
always
that's
can always extend
something big enough to be a convenience to everybody and for everybody to get from dirty to clean.
it. Okay.
That's the main goal here.
All right. I would say that will take you probably down like 4 wood. Obviously this is representational wood, not like, it's not actually just 4 wood.
Yeah,
and
4 from the wood storage.
Could you give me? Let's have a look here.
But did we have an amount of wood we had laying around?
26.
Now we have 22 because of this project.
I would say I'd be happy with a. That's so annoying because there's no leadership role, or like.
Technically, leadership is convince.
Really? Okay.
Yes.
Let's say you can either go brawn, finesse, or panache. With, I would say, the ones you will possibly be wanting to use would be athletics or.
Didn't we change perform for building?
Yes.
Yes.
I was gonna say perform as well.
Okay,
Like,
I'll do
just generally survival.
perform finesse.
Okay.
Do I get a bonus because of carpentry background?
Yes, absolutely.
So just one bonus.
I would say as well you have leadership, which will help with convincing people to help you. So that's another, I'd say another dice.
So 2.
You know what? Give yourself another dice for survivalist, because this is kind of a survival type, you know, construction. It's not, you know, if you're building a Roman bathhouse, you're not gonna get survivalist on this, but you know, it's more basic than that.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Uh,
Okay, hell yeah. Definitely be able to get it. Definitely be able to get it up and running in the time that they're gone. So feel free to add that into the to the list. And I would say as well, you can probably lend assistance to someone. So feel free to, as we do the other two who are building stuff, etc. Feel free to add a dice to one of them as they're rolling, like your choice, really. Just because you roll quite well there. Basically, you have a little labor left over at the end where you could just basically do that. So, Don Jose, what is the project we're doing for salvaging the ship? Like, what's the are we talking just seeing the viability of whether it can be raised? Are we talking starting to like repair the inside and everything for when it can be raised? Like, how far are we going?
There are two ideas that we maybe can do simultaneously if we have the manpower.
Okay.
One thing is grabbing a small boat. Like, I assume that the Lucky Lucien will leave one of the boats behind, and divers will come from that to like salvage whatever still can be like brought up, some small items.
You have already salvaged that type of thing and kind
Okay.
of yeah.
Okay, so there is practically nothing else left.
Yeah.
So then we will have to. I would probably say. Okay, so there is nothing really left to pick up from there.
Not really.
Then yeah, I think we will have to start constructing a big raft that will have a crane on it, because that's how you kind of have to pull it out.
You can also like it might be worth it would cost a fair amount of wood, but one thing you could do is you could roll logs under the ship, possibly.
Well, and drag it out.
Well,
Nah.
if you attach ropes I'm just saying, if you attach ropes to it, you could use trees and stuff to kind of pull it out. It would take a lot of labor, but
Can you actually put a log underneath it?
Not really.
that would have to wait until it was actually like
Like, I was assumed that we will basically affix ropes to the bottom of the ship from two rafts opposite each other and wait for the tide to rise, so that will actually lift the ship. If we
Yeah.
affix the ropes while we are down, then tide will actually lift it for us.
Yeah.
So piping and tubing is a thing also. You could repair the hulls and try to pump water into it.
Out of it. I
Air.
want to pump air into it.
Yeah.
Or
I'm not sure
yeah,
if we have the capacity.
sorry,
for that.
I said water, I meant air. Yeah, you could try to pump air into it so that
I
it
don't
became
think like
buoyant.
it's air. The ship is airtight.
If you can get a part of it airtight,
So
you can
yes.
effectively make a pocket of air that then lowers the density of the ship for all intents
Like,
and
I mean, you
purposes.
absolutely can make like leather sacks or like tarred sailcloth to hold the air and put those like balloons inside
Yeah.
to make it
Mhm.
lighter. But I'm not sure how practical is it.
I would say if you wanted to float the ship with air, you'd have to repair it because it did take some damage. So the repairs would have to happen in water. Very viable. You know, it's very possible. And then you'd need to get either make or get. I don't know how you'd make the equipment, so you'd have to get it from somewhere. Probably be best to ask them to pick something up so you can float the ship. The other option would probably be a bit more labor intensive and a bit more difficult. But when the tide goes up, you could start like pulling the ship as it's floated up a little bit, and kind of inch it closer and closer to a much shallower depth. And once it's starting to come out, you can actually like set up some roller logs and like roll it out.
Yeah, I honestly am not expecting to repair it while it's underwater, so
Okay.
I would probably go with the option of slowly raising it and inching it while with the tides.
It'll take a little bit longer, but you have the time, so I think
Yeah,
that's fine.
like between us, I don't expect to finish it during this session or during
Yeah.
1 week.
Okay. In that case, could I? Well, I mean, you never know. Could I have? I think because this is a big project, we'll probably go panache. I would say probably convince, as that's leadership. But I would also be happy with intimidate or. You know what? I'd be happy with wits sailing as well. It would be a little bit different on how well it performed, but having the knowledge of sailing would be important to know how to, like finesse a ship out.
Yeah, okay.
I would like to help Don Jose with this.
And take an extra dice for essentially the shitter builder comes in and covered in crap and just like you're not, don't worry, you're not actually covered in crap, but
Oh, good. I would have made sure to test out the baths before we open them up to the public.
you come out and you're like head to toe like clean and wet.
Squeaky
Let me just
clean.
have a look here. Feel free to roll another dice. I was going to give you another one for leadership because, again, Okay. Every little helps.
When that bumps you up to 40, that's 4 hits.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I would say with your with the time you have as well, this is probably enough to day by day slowly get the ship like out of the deeper water and kind of to the point where the prow is out of the water. So
At this point, probably even tide cannot really lift it because it's always sticking out of water.
yeah.
Wait, Don Jose, how many points do you have in sailing?
3 in sailing, 3 in wits.
You can re-roll one of those.
I would say probably not going to do too much for you, but yeah, you
I'd probably also say I don't worry. It's just rolling in sheepy game.
Wow, thank you.
Damn.
Rough.
Okay.
Any other GM would be like, "How dare you?" I'm like, "Yeah, no, that's fair." So yeah, I would say like at this point you're going to want more of a probably as many people as you can get, and to start like rolling it out.
Yeah.
It'll take a lot of effort, but you have the people to do it.
Yeah, and at this point, if we are above seawater, like we can actually start pumping it out and slowly repairing
Yes.
it, those that are
Yes.
exposed. But it's more like I will kind of stress people that this is a long run, and they are welcome to even do other jobs, and this is not in a priority, so to speak.
Okay.
So if we get less progress, but other things get done, it's fine by me.
Yeah. Okay. And Matthias.
Sorry, what? I kind of zoned out. My bad.
You're building your seawall or whatever.
Oh, I am. Yes. No, I thought I was building cannon watchtowers.
So it's essentially it's down to you exactly what you want to build in this project, so you can adjust it. What is your priority for, like, what is it that you want to build, and what's your priority here? Is it cannon firing positions? Is it like watchtowers? Like, what are we talking here?
I think cannon watchtowers might be the best idea.
So
firing positions then, rather than an
Yeah.
actual watchtower.
Yeah.
So are we talking? Sorry, I'm just trying to get an idea of what we're talking here. Are we talking like a tower with a cannon on top of it?
Yeah. That's what I was envisioning. So like a watchtower, like the way I was envisioning is like a watchtower where you go up and you can stand lookout for however long your shift is. If you see an approaching enemy ship, you can let everyone know. And then if it gets close enough that you need to start firing at it, you can go down and go into like an enclosed room that's at the bottom of the tower where the cannon is sticking out from, and you can fire the cannon from within that room.
Okay, yeah, that's not as bad as I was thinking, because I was like, damn, if that takes a hit, like in the middle, that cannon's coming the fuck down, you know?
Oh no! I wouldn't. No! I wouldn't build the cannon on top. Like you
Okay.
know that's how the Humpty Dumpty rhyme got started.
All right. In
Thank
that,
God, no poor sap has to lift a cannon up a tower. We're okay.
so are you thinking one on each side, or
Yeah.
okay?
Yeah, I was thinking like 2 watchtowers to
Okay.
start with, and then maybe build a couple of others later on when
There's
we
more
have the
time.
resources. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So I reckon if you're wanting a kind of enclosed area for the cannon as well, not a terrible idea. That will
It also
prob-
keeps the cannon dry, right? The cannonballs, anyway, when you need to keep the gunpowder dry.
Yeah. It helps. That will be, I think, 8 wood total.
Yeah.
Okay, so that will go down to 14, unless I'm crazy. Feel free to, like, check me on my maths. It was 22. I think 14 is right.
I was
How
thinking
many?
of
Yeah.
8.
8 from 22.
Yeah.
Yeah, 14's right.
I was thinking of lying to you about that just to fuck with you, but
Um,
It's actually 16 sheepy, so
okay.
And this is
It's
where you
actually
said 12.
So, I would say, Matthias, go for a either finesse or wits, perform or convince. Essentially, finesse would be for your skill in building the parts of your building. Your wits would be leading other people. Convince would be leading, and perform would be building.
Well, it's 2 for either. And sorry, wits, you said?
Wits or finesse?
Well, it's the same either way, so,
Just whatever makes sense for the character then.
well, he's getting his hands dirty, so finesse makes sense.
Alright.
Finesse perform makes sense. Do I get any bonus dice?
Let's have a look.
I mean, I feel like I should, because I did so well with the sheep pen. I've had experience building and stuff like that. Like, and I've got better at building.
I would argue that building a sheep pen is pretty much just fences. It's not really on the same level as building a fairly complicated, like, lookout
True.
tower.
Well,
we also agreed that
um,
they had a place to shelter in the rain with the
True.
building of the feature
Okay, then.
of the sheep pen.
So I can just flat roll. What do
Oh.
I get? Wow.
You know what's
Didn't
funny?
it stay upright?
Fuck you two, game.
You know what's funny is I was gonna say, like, you know what, like, if you roll well, I'd be kind of happy for you to, like, maybe take a
Wait. He can reroll 1.
Does he
You
have
roll one of those
3
dice, for the love of God.
Do you have 3 points and whatever in your
Nope.
perform? Then no,
Oh,
he cannot.
Damn
it
is
looked
3
like it. It said 2 plus
No,
3. I got
I've
confused.
got 3
Yeah.
in finesse, resolve, and wits.
Ah,
for skills. It is 3. You get to reroll 1.
I'll tell you what, dudes. If you want to, as you're trying to build this thing, like, you're focusing on yourself and building, you start to realize that it's not going well. Like, you've never built this type of
Yeah.
structure before. You can like step back and switch to wits and convince, basically leadership,
Yeah.
like guiding everyone. You do have to drop a dice and re-roll it though. So it'd be a -1 instead of a +1.
Okay. I mean, I didn't get a +1 on my last reroll.
Oh, it'd be a -1 instead of a 0.
Okay then. So wits convince, you said, right?
Yes.
Okay then. -1. Womp womp. Penalty.
Okay.
I got a 10, so that's better.
It's technically better.
So I would say by the time the ship comes back, and this is true for the other buildings as well, you're just about finishing up however much you've managed to do. For the watchtowers, you have the bases done, and you have one of the watchtowers fully like realized. You're not super confident in their ability to take a hit or to stand like heavy winds, like really heavy winds. But they're solid enough. They're not just gonna break for no reason or collapse or anything.
Yeah.
You'll have to, and this is something that will probably happen reasonably quickly. You'll have to kind of dink together the last like tower bit, but at this point you have learned from mistakes, and you're fairly confident of being able to build solid towers. You know, like
Yeah.
So yeah, feel free to put them up. The two towers up there. Oh, 2 towers, guys. Yeah. The orcs are coming. Oh, sorry, the
Shit.
Urukai are
Fuck
coming.
yes, let's go.
Guilt-free killing.
Absolutely.
Who am I kidding? I don't have guilt.
Okay. So that is what happens in the interim. And apologies for those of you heading off on the venture. So
Is that a good place for the towers, or am I being a derp?
yeah, so the
It's where you want them, either side of the bay.
yeah, I'd say
Yeah.
they're not going to be as good as lookouts, but they're definitely going to be good defensively. So they're a good
Cool.
they're a good start.
Noise.
I'm gonna build a casino over here.
Okay.
With blackjack and hookers, hopefully.
I
That's
don't
gonna
know.
be my off. That was gonna be my offshore tax haven.
I don't know when you're gonna
Nah.
find the time to do that, but you know.
How do you not understand that a casino can also be an offshore tax haven?
He's gonna build the casino with blackjack and hookers. Most people build them for blackjack and hookers.
Yeah, I'm gonna build them with blackjack and hookers, and then I'm just gonna become a successful businessman. And as my customers leave, you guys can pirate them. Granted, they won't have any money on them because I robbed them via the slot machines.
Don't worry. If some of them escape with any money on them, we'll take care of it.
Good job.
Damn it, Brooks! Stop stabbing people.
They only get stabbed if they resist.
Jesus Christ.
Okay, so in the obviously this is all stuff that's going on after you've kind of set sail. So in the morning after you have decided essentially where to go, I will also say, unless you guys want to play it out, the issue, not issue, the fact of the Castilian construction supply ship will be brought up and will be mentioned and will be agreed that that should be the target that you guys go for.
Before I leave, I approach Matthias about having that letter in my
Yeah.
control.
Okay.
Like, yeah, I imagine as you approach, he's saying his room. He's drawing up the design for the tower,
Mhm.
and he looks up. Can I help you with something?
Yes, Mr. Brixton, I was hoping you would trust me to hand over that letter from the Commodore.
Oh, right. Oh, that reminds me. And he'll get out both letters because I think they were separate letters, right? One about
Yes,
the
they were.
yeah. That reminds me. Yeah, gives you the letter because he's kept the one about the captain on him at all times,
Mhm.
just to make sure no one else finds it.
Yeah.
And he rummages through his paperwork for a moment and gets a second letter. There's a ship, full of construction supplies, for a base. The ship might make a good target.
Oh, well, if it has construction supplies, do you want me to mark off any specifically for your building endeavors?
Um,
Seeing as you are the one who informed us of this, you should be paid for it.
yeah, he'll like he would know what he needs, so he'll list off what he needs and just anything like anything that might help. You know, like he'll take from the island's stock first, so that
Mhm.
Spyglasses, right.
uh-huh.
Well, look out, Taj. You kind of need them.
Yeah, true. Yeah. He'll give a full list of everything that the watchtowers would need and anything else he might need. Um, and just if the ship has it, then that's what he's after. If not, it's all good.
Yeah, and looking at your list, he will look at you. Well, of course, I am not the lead on this expedition, but I am sure Captain, and there's a slight smirk on his face when he says that, Skelton will be of the right opinion on giving you your supplies.
Here's hoping. Uh, I wish you luck on your voyage.
And I wish you luck on your endeavors, Mr. Brixton.
And he just nods and goes back to drawing up the plan.
And I walk away.
Okay. Does anyone have any business they would like to, essentially anything they'd like to do before the ship
I mean-
the venture sets sail?
Before we leave, I would like to use my cook talent to give us everyone going on the adventure +1 on paunch.
Panache?
Panache? I can't talk.
Pance?
Yes, panache.
Okay.
Sorry, say again?
I'd like to use my cook talent to give everyone on one panache roll going forward on the voyage a +1.
Okay, yeah. Sorry, apologies. Again, no notes. Okay, you got it. Yes, of course. Okay, so going forward on this voyage, everyone has a +1 when they're rolling with their panache. So
Just once, though.
yes.
Okay.
Anyone else?
I mean, I was going to, try to get hold of Matthias when he's away from the rest of the people on the, my brain's lost the word, on the council,
You
to
could
see if I can get his opinions on them, seeing as I seem to trust him more than the others.
you could maybe sidle up while he's making while he's like up on the cliffs overlooking the bay entrance, like considering the.
Also, do I still have any of those makeshift tools left?
Yeah, I'd say probably.
I will also be bringing the makeshift tools with me. I don't know if they're going to be any use to him, and probably not, but he will get those anyway.
Yeah, if they were actual like tools, like full on, I'd say they'd probably help a bit, but the makeshift
It's
ones
more
just
of the
means they just
it's
mean
more
you
of the
can do
sentiment,
things,
you know.
Yeah, sure.
I know it doesn't do anything to help him, but it's more the sentiment. You need to keep him under good graces, so to speak. So,
Go for it.
Matthias, what do you make of your, well, I suppose your cohorts, the other councillors? Anything, any of them stand out to you? Anything you ought to be aware of?
Before I answer, why are you asking?
Well, I don't know. I think I just know you better than the rest of them. Seem a bit, well, for lack of a better term, trustworthy.
Okay, that answers why you're asking me, but it doesn't answer why you're asking.
I want to know if there's any of them I should be worried about.
Well, I think it's too early to tell if we should be concerned about anything, but I think Captain Skelton's idea was very savvy. I think he understood that there would be those who would question whether he had anything to do with the captain's death. There would be those who would question whether or not he deserves to be the next captain. And he sought a way to make sure everybody was happy while still retaining some level of power and authority over the crew and the island. I think somebody like that is potentially going to be a great leader or a dangerous enemy.
I suppose the real question then is the rest of them.
Um,
I'm sure if you think any of them are less than trustworthy, you'll be more than willing to voice your opinion. Well, not publicly, obviously. But
I don't think anybody has done anything yet that I would consider untrustworthy. Nobody here has made me concerned just yet.
it's nice to hear. It would be, nice at the very least to know if you did have any concerns. But I'll leave you to it. Obviously, if you do need any help, well, I'm sure there's plenty of people around here that will be more than willing to help you out. I've got a few hours before we need to get going, but
Sorry, coughing, choking to death. Sorry. What was that last bit?
just saying, well, I'm sure there'll be plenty of people around here who are willing to help you out if you need it. But yeah, I've got a few hours before I need to get going. If you do need anything, I'll leave these extra tools I had laying around with you whilst I'm here.
That'd be muchly appreciated.
Hopefully, when I come back, this will be a shining beacon to kind of lead us home.
Mm-hmm.
Good day, sir.
Yes. Good day. Good luck on the raid. Or on the journey, rather.
Well, I mean, we can always hope.
Mm-hmm.
Have fun. And Brooks Swanter's off down to, well, technically to his shop just to sharpen up a couple of the things he's taking with him before getting ready to head out. No doubt leaving Matthias very concerned.
I mean,
Okay.
I mean, talking about people I find suspicious, I find Brooks a bit suspicious now.
Yeah, to be honest, you did do it to yourself.
Man.
Brooks is standing there like, so, is there anyone you find suspicious? I'm just wondering, is there any gossip you could tell me that could maybe be used against my fellow crew members? I'm just
Matthias.
asking, and I'm standing here like, well.
Oh, I need to be concerned about my friends and colleagues who I'm serving with.
Did you
I
hear
know.
anyone
Matthias.
suspecting me?
Matthias, should I stab Mr. Gilligan? Is that an important thing to do?
I just love the idea of somebody being extremely suspicious, asking if there's anyone that makes me extremely suspicious. It's like, couldn't tell you, mate. Couldn't tell you.
It's like a dark, stormy night, and lightning's coming down.
Yeah.
And Brooks just steps out from behind a tree with a cloak, and he's like, "Psst, do you find anyone here suspicious?" Just turns around like, "Yes, I do."
Yes. Why is there moonlight glinting off of your knife? The clouds are covering the moon. What is this?
Brooks is like,
Uh,
the dark swallow only flies at night. It's like, what are you talking about? Like,
What the fuck does that mean?
Brooks just like wraps his cloak around him, covering half his face, and just whispers, "I'm a shadow on the wind," and then runs away.
Ladies and gentlemen, you heard it. Brooks has a cloak.
Yeah.
oh God, no. Why?
no capes. Yes. So, with that, is my thoughts here is, unless there's anything particularly eventful, seeing as no one here is the captain or no one here is the navigator or anything along those lines, we'll just kind of not hand wave, but just speed through the travel to the Western port. If that's okay with everyone.
Yeah.
Okay. If you do, essentially, if you do have any things you want to like talk to other characters about, if you have any discussions you want to have, either in character or out of character, I would say now is probably the time. If you want to discuss like who's on the landing party, who's going into the town, and that type of stuff, now is a good moment.
Lockbox would definitely like to go into town.
Yeah.
I wouldn't mind talking to Skelton to see what his full plans for the island are. See
Yeah.
if he has any plans besides what he's already told us.
One sec.
And did Mr. Farling come with us, or did he stay back to
That's
look over things?
what I was about to say. So, the people who went with are just general crew, etc. The surgeon, the boatswain, all that type of thing. The people who didn't go, probably the only person really of note would be Tristane.
Oh, what do I have to roll to have dragged him along?
You'd have to convince him.
So
Can we convince him with alcohol?
Panache convince.
No, you would have to convince him.
Okay. Well, in that case, I will have to talk to Mr. Tristane before we leave.
Okay. He is also, hey Bowden.
Hey, Bowden.
Hey, Bowden.
Hello.
Hello.
I just got home.
You are. I'm assuming if there is the ship outing, you would like to go on it.
Yeah, I use muscle.
Okay.
We're going to the Vestminar port.
Yeah.
Okay.
Bowden, smash.
Let's all vote and no.
So he is essentially. Oh, as a sidebar, just to catch you up a little bit, Bearded. He is pretty much just. Sorry. The council has been voted on. The council members are right here. There they are. Skelton, Raggett, Farlan, Don Jose, Gilligan, Brixton, and a new character called Tristane, who is a little bit drunk a lot of the time.
All of the time.
He also
Just a little bit,
he al-
sometimes a lot. It varies.
A little bit of
He
the
also-
time he's not drunk.
he also went over the favorite of Mumbles.
No, Mumbles is still my favorite.
No, I meant he
was
won
chosen
the.
over.
Yes, he won
Yeah.
the captainship instead of Mumbles.
No, yeah.
That's some bullshit in my opinion, but whatever. Like I'm still a little bit salty about that, but you know,
It's
it is
fine.
what
All
it
we
is.
need is for a seat on the council to miraculously materialize, and then all of a sudden,
How would you feel about a barrel of rum to get rid of somebody?
Just toss him a knife. I'll claim he's armed.
So, yeah, you walk over to essentially like his little tent area that he's been.
Yeah,
keeping in.
he definitely doesn't even have a lean-to. He's
Oh.
still in his tent.
Yeah. And he's just lying there, just kind of like having a bit of a snooze. He's got a bottle, you know, probably empty.
Yeah.
and
Okay.
someone miraculously turns up with a horn.
No. This is Mr. Tristane! Wake up! Wake up! Wake up! Wake up!
What? What now? What's going
Get
on?
to the ship. We have a target to practice. You have to get your share. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
A target? What target to practice?
Well, it's a Castilian ship.
What's
It might have gold on it. Let's go.
Come talk to me in the afternoon. I'll.
No. We're setting out right now. Come on.
All right.
There is rum at the Veston Port as well.
What Western Port? What are you talking about?
The Veston Port you decided to go to.
Oh. Did I decide to go to a Western Port? Why did I do that?
Of course you did. You were at the council meeting with me.
Oh, yeah, the table. Right. Okay.
Yes. Let's go.
So we're going. Why? Where?
Hurry, man, hurry. We have money to make, rum to buy.
Oh. All right. Where we leaving?
Right now. And I grab him. I throw his shirt on him, and I start pushing him towards the boat.
Oh, all right. Can I put my shirt on first?
Yes, here's your shirt.
Oh, thank you very much. All right. Who's captaining?
Skelton.
Oh, all right. I don't mind Skeleton. All right, let's go.
Of course. And I give him a tankard of rum.
Oh, that's very kind of you.
Of course, Mr. Tristane. I am nothing but kind.
And Tristane is going.
Yeah.
In that case, Bowden, you did say you were going on the journey.
I might as well.
Okay.
If the journey was already underway, I would have probably said, yeah, sure, I'll be training some men or something. But since it hasn't started yet, I'll go ahead.
I mean, you could have just been on there anyway, you know. It'd be fine.
Yeah.
In that case, if anyone has anything they want to talk about, then they totally can to any of the people on board, etc. Otherwise, it's gonna be a pretty clean sail to I was just having a think about this. I haven't come up with a name. Should we come up with a name for the port, guys?
Sure.
Normandy. No.
Oh yeah. Uh,
I don't know.
Pearl Harbor.
God. I don't know that culture's naming well enough to actually come up with something.
How about just having a little bit of a look here.
About Storm's End.
I was thinking Kyola.
Translation.
Keel. It's like the keel bit of the ship. You know, the essentially like the cornerstone.
Mm-hmm.
Brooks likes to keel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a little squiggly thing under the O, but yeah, Kyola.
Brooks definitely isn't getting a lot of hemlock ready. I mean, look, if someone
I need
needs,
some of that for
you
my
know-
soup.
What the hell? Okay, sure. Who's the soup for again?
Everyone.
About
Yeah,
having
and-
a circle.
Hey, Skeleton, I got some soup for you.
Although I was thinking about the, the alcoholic, but
Nah,
this is
the
more,
alcoholic has too
crisis
much
management.
poison resist.
It's more a,
Ah.
I'm attempting what is going to be a failed poisoning attempt, where I try to put enough hemlock in there to kill an elephant, and all of a sudden he still survives.
I'm happy to go with suggestions, Perto, but
Yeah.
I feel like that may be a little bit too long and complicated for people to remember or ever say.
Port Have.
I
It's
would literally
actually-
just call it Haven.
Yeah.
Yeah, we could call it Port Haven, but the actual official name is Havnebeskis Yalasa.
I mean, we could also call it Kyola, just
Okay.
because that's simple.
I vote Kyola.
Okay, fine.
I vote
I'm fine with
Keola.
Cooler.
Okay.
I vote for Coca-Cola.
Okay.
Same.
I think Kyola wins, so
Yeah, hey, I'm fine with losing that. I'm just saying, you guys are choosing boring names.
I can't even begin to try to pronounce that one. Having
Yes.
Vescantiasia?
That's pretty close.
I choose names I know how to say.
yeah.
Well, we
Um,
are going to the Vestin land, so Norwegian would be appropriate.
Anyway.
Yeah, that's why it's Keola or whatever it was.
That's just
Yeah.
name of the boy.
Either way. How do you... Oh, it's right there.
So, this is a little bit out of the blue, but seeing as basically everyone's here, and you guys are all patrons and everything, just very quick interjected, fun news. We have finished the first recording for the first official episode of Dragon Riders 3, Season 3.
Yay!
So, that is in the works, and once we've recorded a decent chunk of them, we'll probably start releasing them.
I think I stopped watching the second one halfway through because I just didn't have time. I'm gonna have to rewatch it.
Yeah, it happens.
PP, is the squiggly line on top of it or below it?
Below.
Okay.
I would have copied it, but I got the name, I got the word in a picture, so I couldn't like copy paste.
Mhm.
And I don't know how to do a squiggly O under the thing. Okay.
I am attempting to find it.
In that case, you within probably about, I'd say probably like 3 days, you are presented with a. Oh, do I not have a? You are presented with a fairly small. I'd say at a glance you'd guess maybe 250 people live there. And in terms of ships, we're talking like we're talking like 5 or 6 ships. You got maybe 1 or 2 frigates, and then the rest are smaller barks or carracks or brigantines, etc. And then, you know, aside from, I'm talking here about like proper fighting ships. You still have a few sloops and transport ships and stuff like roaming around. Actually, I'm going to amend that slightly, just purely because the Vestons are traders. They probably have a couple of galleons as well, you know, like transport ships.
Goddamn right.
It is at the tip of the large island you see there. Everyone knows where you're traveling to, right? So it's that point there on the map as opposed to the one further away.
So is this like a legitimate colony, and this is a fort we're building?
Yeah. So the Vestons set up this as essentially a power play along, like all of the nations set up essentially like a fort as pretty much like a power play. Basically,
Yeah.
everyone staked their claim on this land, their intentions to move further into the new world in the future, and to start exploiting the, you know, resources that they can find. The Vestons, realizing that it is quite a long trip and everything, decided fairly early on. So this is a fairly new fort that they've set up. It took them a bit longer than some of the others. They decided to first focus on a proper hub for trade in the area. So Kyola is a fort. It's more military. The other place is an island with a couple of call it settlements on each end, and a fairly large port where the majority of people will come to get trade and etc. for the trip back to the mainland Europe, let's call it, to Thea. The only others who've like staked down a full proper colony is I want to call them the Amazonians, but that's not right.
The Avalonians
the
and the Castilians.
The Avalonians, the Castilians are a little bit behind. They essentially have two. They have a colony in the works, and they have a fort that's currently just a few bricks, basically. You know, it's not even built really. They've staked their claim. They're bringing in supplies. That's where the construction ship is going to.
They're also in a position of power because they're closer to what would be in our world the Americas compared to everybody else.
That would be like the South Americas, yeah.
Yeah, which ended up having the most wealth in the beginning of the colonial age.
Yes, the most immediately grabbable wealth, at least.
Yeah.
And things may not play out that way, you know, this time. Who knows? Just to give you that piece of information. So it is not a settlement. It's not a colony. It is essentially a fort. It does have the beginnings of, you know, looking to expand, looking to push deeper into the island, etc. But it's still early days. There are a few places set up. There are, because obviously ships do still come through here. You have a few taverns. You have a few general kind of stores for everyday stuff. Supplies come in, and you know. You do also have a separate area for the military. You know, kind of a fair garrison of soldiers and also sailors who, you know, patrol the area for security, all that type of thing. And then, you know, your traditional, like, step below a governor, probably, like, most likely it would be an admiral or equivalent.
A commandant.
Yeah, like, someone who's essentially, like, naval in nature and fairly high officer at that.
Mhm.
As it isn't really like a colony yet, it wouldn't have a governor. So my questions are: you will be able to land, to shore up, no problem. And seeing as you're not actually staying, at least the intention isn't for you not to stay, the majority of the crew will be heading down south to intercept a Spanish transport ship that is transporting goods to the fort. Essentially, we are talking uh, building supplies, majorly stuff that you can't get in the new world, you know, for the most part. So
Yeah.
we're talking saws, we're talking proper tools, we're talking maybe even a few uh things to help them build tools, you know, all that kind of type of thing.
Yeah, and I did read the letter that the second letter Matthias gave me about that transportation route to Skelton, and then after I read it, I gave him the letter.
Okay.
With the promise that the supplies Matthias requested, if he picked them up, he gave them to Matthias because that's where the information came from.
Yes. I've got you. So my question will be is who is stepping off with Mr. Gilligan to the objective here, to my knowledge, and obviously you can do your own thing in this like little fort town as well.
Mm-hmm.
The objective is to establish ties with some traders and to essentially, like, you know, get the lay of the land, maybe see if there's anything interesting going on that you could investigate, you know, rumors. Maybe you might even be able to recruit some new people for the trip back.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm making an assumption here that Gilligan's getting off because it makes no sense for him not to, but
Yeah.
the option is there if you want to stay on the boat and.
No, I'm getting off.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a Vespin port. I'd probably also get off.
Yeah.
I suppose the big question is there anyone you'd specifically want to go with you?
Is there anyone? Yeah, that's a good question. Is there anyone you'd request?
Well, if anybody's interested in getting off and getting like a real bath and a real shave, I would have a perfect tavern to go to that would give us those things because we would have stopped here briefly when in the year that Captain Longham was active in this area. So if anybody's interested in that type of treatment, you can get off and come with me, but I'm not going to force anybody to do that.
I was planning on going to the tavern anyway.
And I will
Fox
need to
isn't good.
I will need to
Sorry.
offload any plunder we planned on selling here.
There's not that much. So yeah, you can.
You said there was enough for 5 barrels of rum and building supplies, specifically tools for building, not actual wood or stone.
Yeah.
I mean, Brooks is going to be staying on the ship. He's looking forward to actually getting to kill something again.
Yeah.
Fox is going to stay on the ship, but he's going to hand either Bowden or Mr. Gilligan a letter to be delivered that he wants delivered to his family.
Okay.
Post office it is.
I'll take it, unless Bowden wants it.
I might just pop by the harbor master just to talk with him. I assume whatever runs for the post here would be nearby. I don't know. That would be a sheepy call.
It's easy enough to. I'd say probably. You can. It's easy enough to make the request. Whether it actually goes through or not is a little bit of a shit show, turkey shoot, I guess. But yeah, should be fine.
Okay.
I will hand over a couple of money to to
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
sweeten the
So,
pot
Yeah.
so
for
who
whoever.
depends on who you hand it to. If you hand it to me, I will say no. I'll take care of it. If
No,
you
I
hand it,
mean the money's going to be for whoever you're giving the letter to.
Yeah.
no, I'll take care of it. Is what
Okay.
Gilligan will tell you. No, Mr. Lockbox, it is fine. I view this as my duty. I will take care of it. But if you're handing it to Bowden, I don't know what that conversation would be like.
Hmm.
I assume I would assume the money is going with the letter.
Well, the money isn't getting sent back home. It's being given to whoever you're
Oh, it's a
giving the
bribe.
letter to deliver. Yes, it is a bribe.
Well, a payment bribe. Yeah.
Bowden would need the money to bribe. Mr. Gilligan probably would not.
I honestly don't care who it goes to. It's up to whoever. If either of you want to do a scene with that or whatever, as long as it gets delivered.
If I could help here a little bit, seeing as the Shore party is essentially being led by Mr. Gilligan, it would make sense to basically be like, oh, by the way, you know. So.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd
Mr.
probably give it
Gilligan
to
the letter
Gilligan then.
Okay.
Yeah, well, then you will be told, no, Mr. Lockbox, this is part of my job. You do not need to pay a bribe. I will take care of it.
Very well, but I owe you one then. Let me know if you need help with something.
Of course. Thank you.
Is anyone else going on the Shore party? I will take that as a no. In that case, if you'd like to request anyone, feel free. And aside from that, you will be probably followed by I'd say about 4 or 5 kind of generic crewmates, just for the sake of having people if something goes south.
Invested in nature or
Oh, who do you want?
They'd probably be just like whoever kind of was unlucky enough.
Avalonian.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Avalonia.
most likely.
To be honest, like it is predominantly Avalonian, but there's people from everywhere really.
Yeah, I mean, I would definitely prefer Vestin, but if Skeleton takes like 4 guys and is like, you guys are going with him, I won't fight that.
Yeah. Okay.
No, I assume you don't need me, Mr. Gilligan. I'm gonna go ahead and head to the tavern.
Oh, well, I have a
Once I'm
rather,
done unloading these treasures.
of course. Bowden, I was planning on paying to have everybody stay at the same tavern. If you have a tavern you prefer, I will, of course, allow you to go do your own thing. But, of course, I am in charge of this expedition here, so housing is part of my responsibility.
If you wish to pay for my bath and room, I'm alright with that, but I mainly just want to unwind with my countrymen and share some war stories.
Well, this is a Vestin Tavern I am planning on staying at, so I think you will find...
I think we had the same idea for tavern anyway.
Of course.
Oh, fine. I'll stick around if you need me, and then I'll head off to the tavern.
Sure. And I will go to the tavern first to get the rooms for everybody, and
Okay.
and Cheapy, if you look at my, I don't know where I put my inventory, but I do have a pouch of silver and gold. I will use that to pay for the rooms because we will not be staying there very long.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, a couple of days at most, probably.
Yeah, so I'll set them up in a tavern that I know about in this fort, and once they're all settled and the loot is secure, I'm going to ditch him.
Okay. Where you going?
I'm going to a trade house.
There's a few to pick from. Any specific one?
Which one? Which one's my cousin at?
Oh, a good question. Is your cousin working for one of the more recent, like, venture companies, let's call them, or one of the more traditional,
He works for the largest trade guild in Vestamenar,
is that is that something that has a name?
the Vendel League.
Oh, okay. Then yeah, there's a warehouse and kind of front room, etc.
Mhm.
The Vendel League, obviously, probably owners of the galleons, and
Yeah.
yeah.
I will walk in the front door and say, "Hi, hi, the camera for the handle. Vi kan du hesvin magnin till Gunnahilder? Hello, I come to trade. Is Gunnahilder here?"
And the essentially the call him a clerk or whatever,
Mm-hmm.
looks up and says, obviously again in native language,
Yeah.
who precisely is asking?
And I will take out the ring I have tied to a necklace around my throat and show him my family sigil.
Ah, family. Okay. Uh, I believe she is taking inventory out back. I will go and tell her someone has come a calling for her.
Thank you.
Probably a few minutes. Probably a few minutes or so go by, and question: what essentially, let's say, name uh, does she know you by?
Oh, she's family. She knows me by my actual Vestin name. Do you not? Okay.
I don't have any of my notes. You must remember this.
Yeah. She could go Gustav.
Okay.
So it's uh my full Vendel name is Heinrich
I'll
Gustav
be right back. I'm gonna go get a
Nessen.
drink.
Nensen?
Gustav works then. Yeah.
Yeah.
After a few minutes, she steps out, and there's kind of like a raising of eyebrows as she kind of stops and considers you for a second.
Mm-hmm.
And she walks forward, and kind of like stares at you for a second. Gustav, uh, what are you doing here?
And I will say, Gunny, and I will hold my hands out for a hug.
And she like shakes her head a little bit, and then yeah, oh,
Yeah. Kiss her on both cheeks. I have some business that may be profitable for both of us.
uh, interesting. Last I heard, you were aboard a ship.
That is part of the profitable business.
All right. Well, you know, I am always open to negotiations with family. Shall we go into the back and grab a drink, or would you like to conduct business out here?
Whatever you are most comfortable with.
Gustav,
But I will say a drink does sound pleasant.
Yes, and I'm also asking you whether this is business that should be discussed out in the open in public, or whether it should be discussed in private.
Well, as I said, the drink sounds pleasant.
All right, come on.
Mhm.
And she like opens a little kind of wooden waist-high door type, one of those flat door
Yeah.
type things.
Yeah.
And they walk in back. There's like a clock scribe type person kind of bent over a
Mhm.
desk writing something, and she says, Gunnar, go take a little break, come back in. And she like looks over at you.
An hour.
Come back in an hour, yes? And he kind of says, yes, okay. And he kind of scuttles out. And she sits down, pulls out a decanter, like pours a decent spritz of some form
Mhm.
of like whiskey or something, probably,
Yeah. Mead.
and says,
You look over in another seat, and suddenly Tristan's there.
"Did someone say drinks? Well, oh, I don't mind if I do."
Oh
I mean,
hell! Hey, Tristan pulls out flintlock pistol. I'm sorry, but you have to die now.
I mean,
You
the good
killed my
news is
father.
Frank's
Prepare
is.
to die.
I mean, the good news is Frank's sole job at the moment is keeping Tristan drunk enough that he's out of the way.
Yeah.
But yes, no. She says, "Okay. What is the business?"
So, two things. First, I have letters that need to go to. Well, this one goes home, and I will put my letter down. And this one, I look at Lockbox's letter, and I am incredibly tempted to read it.
Really?
You can go ahead.
Wait. Pause for a sec.
Mhm.
Is Potato tempted to read it, or is Gilligan tempted to read it?
Gilligan's tempted to read it.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, he's incredibly tempted to read it, but he
Lockbox
puts it.
didn't say don't read it.
No,
Yeah, but
yeah.
it's still private mail, but he puts it down on top of his letter and says, "This goes to this address in Innsmore."
Hmm. Well, yeah, Innsmore is not too
It
out
is
of the way.
past. Yes, I figured it is past home. There is no big problem. I know we do trade with Dublinia, so just drop it off there at the mail office, and I assume it will get to where it needs to go.
Yeah, easily doable, but it may take a little while to get there. But
And I'll put 2 gold guilders on top of them.
maybe not that long.
Thank you.
And the other bit?
The other bit is mournful news. Captain Longham has passed, and that is the mournful news. The profitable news is we are becoming free contractors.
Because last I heard you were serving on a privateer, yes?
Yes, we were contracted by Avalonia. Yes, I have a third letter for you to read, but this is something I am keeping, and I hand over the letter that the Commodore wrote to the
Okay.
Castilians.
And she kind of opens it up and kind of scans the letter, goes through it. Her eyebrow raises like once, maybe twice. I think there are 2 bits where her eyebrow will probably raise. And then closes it, like hands it back to you.
We can no longer assume that Catalonia and Avalon will go to war and and that war will be profitable to us.
No. No, it seems like, at the very least, there is some sort of ceasefire.
Yes, that can be changed.
That can be changed. Hmm.
Especially if a ship has an Avalonian flag on its back.
Possibly.
But that is not politicking is not why I've come here. Um I have heard you have been stonewalled for promotion recently.
Hmm. A very short setback. Um, I'm
True,
already working my way back.
true, but if you start getting invaluable cargo, I feel like that would be better for you.
Yeah, we don't get much valuable cargo up this way. Most of it is going to the settlement.
True, but this port is somewhat of a backdoor, is it not?
Yes, it could be a good place. Someone who is finding moving their goods difficult could come here, could drop off cargo, things to sell, and then either take a profit or just sell directly to us.
Yes, and if the League were to simply recover said cargo and pay the shipper, I think that would be a profitable arrangement for all involved.
Hmm. Of course, if word gets out that people who have been losing their cargo suddenly find their cargo in or around here, it is dangerous for the people who are taking it.
Sure, but that assumes that the League is the only vendor we go to.
Hmm.
If you would like, if you would like the only rights to our cargo, then that would cost more, but I feel like you could be able to buy it for cheaper if you allowed us to venture to other ports to sell.
Hmm. And um, we are we are not going to immediately jump into a business venture, uh, even with family, until it has proven to be a steady, profitable one. Yes.
Well, I do have plunder that was legally gained currently, and I know there are members that are looking to once more become a legal privateer. But of course, I do not expect the League nor to put my cousin in danger for minuscule profit.
Hmm. I would say starting off, when you find such things, currently we have decent funding, but not much in our warehouse. So
Hmm.
we found ourselves able to take on uh, a decent amount of. We find ourselves able to purchase a decent amount of goods and have a place to store them and move them.
That sounds perfect for what we're trying to accomplish currently.
Okay. I tell you what. Let us say you bring yourselves here when you have cargo for us. We will purchase it off you for a reasonable price because you're family.
Of
However,
course.
you never bring us never bring us cargo from the same place twice in a row or in a month, yes?
So we hit 3 Avalonian ships. We bring them all at once. Then we are not allowed to bring any more Avalonian cargo for the rest of the month, yes?
Just to be safe. We don't
Okay.
want
So we can hoard, but we do not share any more than one trip.
Gustav, use your head, yes? What I am saying here is do not hit the same place too many times. Do not hit the same people too many times. It will start to make them suspicious. They will start to search. They will start to look. And then that puts heat on us.
Of course, and I would never want to put heat on my homeland nor my cousin.
Right.
I have, in fact, I intend to put heat on the Vodachi, the bastards.
Sure. Go after whoever you want. But if you break our agreement, then you have broken our agreement. And you know what that means.
Yes, you will not get 20 ships from Avalonian, 20 ships from Castilian. No, we will give you a mix of the cargo, and we will sell that mix to you. And another mix will be sold to the Vodachi, another mix will be sold to the Avalonians, another mix will be sold to the Castilians, the Eisen. No, I am smarter than this. I am not going to put all my eggs in a single basket. And I will never ever put my family in danger.
Good. Then there is a small island maybe half a day direct south of here, yes?
Yes.
We will set up a drop location where you can either inform us of incoming, or we can drop information, or we can either drop information for you, or we can send request of you. Yes.
Of course. And if you have any requests of competitors that have not paid proper respect to the gods, simply let me know now, and we will put it on the list.
Of course. However, extra deal for
Oh,
information given with successful
yes.
haul, we take 25% off top.
15.
20.
Deal.
Okay. Good.
Do you want that in resources or money? Do we sell to other port and give you 20% of the guilders, or do you want the actual cargo?
If you bring to us, we take 20 of the cargo. If you sell to others, you bring, next time you come, you bring 20% of sale.
If we are hitting your vesting competitors, we will sell to others. If we are hitting another country's competitors, we will sell to you.
Sounds good. Finally, sometimes we may have a request. Directly, we will pay usual prices, all above board, all fair, no favors, yes?
If you want usual price, all above board, no fair, no fair, no favors. We will need right of mark, as it is above board, cousin.
That will be later.
Of
Now,
course, it will be later, but I assume all requests will be later as well.
most likely.
And he will pick up his tankard and say, Jubel, which is cheers.
That thing too, yes. Clink.
Yeah.
Gesundheit and everything.
Yeah.
Cousin, I've forgotten how to speak our language.
Well, you can choose Norwegian, Swedish, Finnish, or or Danish. It's up to you.
I think that will, she will have a little bit of a kind of, how's the family, etc., but that's all.
Yeah. And he will say, as far as I know, last letter, they are doing well. Grandfather is thinking of expanding and investing in colonies out here. Letter has information on valuable assets for the family to buy. Of course, you would never look at that letter, but just make sure if you did, the seal does not look tampered with.
Which letter are you talking about, sorry?
My letter. My personal letter back to the family.
Right. Okay. Of course. And with that, and maybe a little bit more small talk. Business concluded. You can head back to the tavern, or off.
Yeah.
If you would like as well, can essentially run the transaction of the bits of loot, and I think there was a few candlesticks and crowns and stuff, etc., that you could have brought with you or arranged for them to pick up from, a location, let's say.
Yeah, well, that was legal plunder, so I would have
Yeah.
brought it with me. I
Okay.
would have sold it to her for a rather nice profit. For both sides, honestly, it would be an equal profit for both sides.
Yeah.
And if she had it, 5 barrels of rum and building tools.
Absolutely. And
Yeah.
we'll say, would you like, let's say, let's have a look here. I'd say probably 10 common or 3 specialist.
Can I do 5 common and 2 specialist?
5 common, 1 specialist.
4 common and 2 specialist.
No. 5 common, 1 specialist. The specialists are, we're talking like...
The bartering phase has ended.
Yeah. In this case, it's more a case of like, specialist is very specific and
Okay.
pretty rare. The commons
Okay,
are like hammers.
I'm not understanding the rarity of specialists when doing this bartering. So yeah, 1 specialist, 5 common, plus 5 10-gallon barrels of ale of rum.
Oh boy, I got my MTG cards now. Got 5 commons and 1 specialist.
And we can assume that the lads and Bowden would come to help you transport the barrels.
I will tell the lads you can open 1 of these barrels. The rest have to go back to the island.
Okay.
But you cannot open them. But let me be very clear, you cannot open them in the tavern. They'll get pissed. So you have to wait until we get back on the ship. Which means you will have to share.
Tristan's. Oh, sorry.
Which means you will have to share with the rest of the crew. So it is up to you to decide when to open it within those parameters.
I like to imagine the joke was going to be, you open a barrel, Tristan's already in there.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, hey! Oh, wow, this was so spinny.
Close up the barrel, close the barrel, throw it over.
Anyway.
At the same time, would anyone out on the trip be up in the crow's nest? I believe Matthias, Mr. Brixton, is quite often up there.
I'm not on the ship.
Oh,
I
of
thought
course. My
I
apologies.
thought I'd stay
yeah.
behind to
No, you did.
to construct additional pylons.
Well, Brooks was
Yes.
jonesing for a mark. He would probably be up in the crow's nest.
Maybe. I'm not sure he likes heights or the crow's nest, though. I'm not sure. Brooks?
It's more the whole thing of he's kind of, out in the open up there and useless and very easy to hit. Um,
Yeah.
I mean, he'll do it if he's told to, but beyond that, no, he's staying as far away from the crow's nest as possible because he knows that, okay, if we spot a ship, great. If the ship spots us, what are they going to hit first?
Yeah.
Brooks is nothing but a coward.
In this instance, in that case, seeing as no one's up there, it'll be just generic crewmate number 45, who's like, ship sighted, Captain. And Skeleton kind of like stomping around on the deck will say, "All right, my lads. Now, this ship is one we want taken from. It is just a galley, and could be useful to take. However, we don't really have the crew to man it. Well, to man both and bring them back. So for now, what we're going to do, we'll get as close as we can without scaring them. We're going to raise the colors and see if we can make them surrender. Does everyone understand?"
Out of character question.
Yeah.
Did we build a new flag? Did we make a new flag,
Oh,
or
hell
are
yeah,
we
yeah.
raising Avalonian colors?
No, you guys 100% have like a proper, like badass skull and crossbones now.
Cool. Does it have a straw hat?
No.
It has a red nose.
Oh, I'm gonna call Skeleton Captain Buggy now.
Buggy Sancho!
Buggy Sancho!
It's like you and me just. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Fucking One Piece fans, I swear.
Yeah,
Sorry.
man.
Carry on.
Don't worry, Captain. If they aren't willing to surrender, I got my negotiating stick.
Yes, and well may you be needing to use it. However, to begin with at least, we're going to see how close we can get. So essentially at this point, you are headed kind of in a like southeasterly direction. Just cresting around the bottom of this island here, near the black mark, if you can see that. It's not close to the black mark. You're essentially further south than that already. And the Castilian galley is headed in a westerly direction, almost straight shot westerly. So you will manage to maintain your course. Once they notice you, you'll be able to maintain your course and get reasonably close. Seeing as we don't have a navigator or a captain currently in charge, if you guys like, we can leave it down to a roll. But I'm perfectly happy to essentially play it out how much it makes sense.
Well, we have the actual navigator and skeleton. We don't have the cartographer or any PCs leading, but we have those two.
Yes.
This is a sheepy show. I think we should go without rolls.
Don't worry, there will be rolls once you get close. This is just rolling to see like how long it takes them to start panicking, like how close you can get before you need to take action. So, who's on the ship currently? We have Bowden got off. We have Don Jose. We
Don
have
Jose is not present.
Sorry, yep, Don Jose is also not present. Wait, do we just
Okay.
have?
We have Lockbox and Brooks.
Brooks and Lockbox. Okay.
Yep.
Cool.
We've got the meat shield, and then we've got the sword. So
Can I just say, with
You can make a joke about skeleton crew.
yes, with as much love as I could possibly muster, I love the fact that we're playing a pirate game and like 2/8, like 1/4 of you guys were like, let's go pirate. Everyone else was like, let's build the island. Let's go and negotiate. Like, let's go to the tavern and all that.
This is a city builder, right?
Oh yeah.
Created scale of
I wanted to go to the tavern and get a raiding party. I was unaware that we had a raiding target already.
Oh, if you,
I'm gonna make this island a home.
if you'd like Bowden, you can 100% still be on the ship if you want to be part of the raid. Like, that's perfectly fine with me.
In that case, I would probably ask Mr. Gilligan if he could try to get some men.
Yeah.
Bro, I'm not there. Like,
no. When
no. Before we separate.
Yeah, before
and
the
stuff.
ships separate.
okay, then I will. But before I sneak off and leave the men, I will stand up on a table. Gentlemen, who is interested in profit?
The best way to start any conversation.
Yeah.
There's a few groupings of mostly Vesterman men, but scrapings of others as well.
Yeah.
And they kind of a couple of them, like I'd say everyone looks around at you as you jump up, and then one of them further from the back says like, "We ain't religious."
And in Vestin, I will say, is this a Vestinman who said it? We ain't religious.
You're not 100% sure. Partially.
Well,
partially because I fucked the accent up.
Yeah. Well, in Vestin, I will say, well then, may the gods curse your head to be poor for the rest of your life. Now, and the rest I will say in Vestin as well. Now, for those of you who are true sons and daughters of Vestin, who wants to be members of the toughest, most ruthless piratical fleet that has known these seas?
By the way, you can feel free to use my trade name if you need to.
I would use...
I don't know how much fame I earned in war, but I might have some.
Panache and convince, please.
Panache and convince.
You get a +1.
Yes, you'd get I would say plus what's the +1 you were talking about?
I cooked food that gave him a +1.
Yes, you get a +1 for the food. You also get a +1 for your silver tongue. Bonus dice when setting up a new relationship.
Yes, I do. Do I get a +1 for the fact that I am also motioning to a brick shit house wearing a Vestin helmet and a Vestin axe?
So he's not there. He's on the ship.
Yeah.
We retconned it because he wanted to be in the fight.
Okay.
Yeah, Bowden really likes fights, so
that is a 53, and I have 3 dots in that, so I'm gonna re-roll that 1.
Okay.
So that is a 54. Hey, that means I don't have a crit fail in my roll.
Oh no, yeah. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I'm going to allow a lot of people or so not a lot. Essentially, dictate what you'd like, and we can agree on a fairly chunky number.
I am looking for 5 to 10 elite warriors to go serve as Bowden's honor guard.
I would say that's very doable. 5, you're going to get reliable. 10 you're going to get probably reliable.
5.
Okay, 5 it is. Feel free to note that down in the doc.
That is Bowden's guard, as far as I'm concerned. So.
And because you rolled so well and you got a double crit, I will say that one of them walks up to you, almost as big as Bowden himself, and says, "I am Snorri."
Very pleased to meet you, Snorri. And I will give him my actual Vestin name.
Ah, yes.
I am Heinrich Gustav Nansen.
It is good to meet you. I will hit things for you.
Yes, you will hit things for me, but in actuality, you will hit things for... Bowden, did you ever give me your real name?
Yeah, I would have given you my full name.
Then I will... But you will hit things for, and I will give his full name, a veteran of the War of the Cross. Someone who survived that hell will be a great raid leader, will he not?
That is complicated.
Well, then I tell you to
will-
go. I will tell you to go this ship and hit things well.
Yes.
But just hit the things he tells you to.
I will hit things, except for things I am not supposed to hit. You tell me, or he tell me what not to hit. That is simple. That is easy.
And I will pass out a silver guilder to each of them.
Ah. Another round! And everyone's like, "Roar!" They immediately spend the money.
Yeah. Hey, I expected them to do that.
Yeah.
Like, it's fine.
So
For a split second, I thought he was gonna bite the coin.
Oh no. I did for a second I did consider having him just eat it, but so Bowden, feel free to note down in your section or NPCs, etc. You have 5 Veston, let's call them Herskalls, I think is probably a good descriptor.
Huskarls?
Herskalls.
I want one sharpshooter that will do Overwatch for them.
I think like
You get one. His name is Aki.
oh god, oh god, Aki, no. You know what, I'm okay with that. But yes, you have Snorri, who's kind of like your go-to. Feel free to name the others if you would like. But with Sheepy, I'm like, you have representative who you can kind of organize things through, and then if you add more detail into them, I'm happy.
So there's Snorri, Aki, Arnor, Sundri, Randolfer, Vingar.
What was I don't wanna say spoilers for Berserker just in case people haven't watched it, but I think we all know the character in that show that I'm thinking about who had a bit of blood fun. Is he there too?
If you have Aki, you should really wear the shield on your back.
Yeah, that's true.
If you have names already, just message me them so that I can write them down. Because I am terrible at trying to spell those types of names.
So if you go to the pinned messages on the Flotsam and Jetsam campaign, the conversation in Discord, there's actually now a Google Doc that you can all edit and update. So.
Oh, okay. Well, this is still for my personal notes.
I have still been adding more to the building ideas.
Oh, perfect.
How far have we got with that? Okay, small town.
We have 100 people. That does constitute a small town.
Sure.
And you have Aki and Snorri as well. Those are the other 3.
Yeah, I have Snorri. I haven't wrote down Aki yet.
I'm like, who is anonymous Iguana? I can see that. So yes, sorry, we back to the ship, and the as you are kind of not at full sails. You know, you're not directly into the wind. You are trying. The captain and the ship is trying to maintain a state of on a journey, but not directly pointing at the Castilian ship. You know, not trying to panic them, make them think that you're going at them. You're just headed in their direction vaguely. Until the point where the Captain Skelton says, "All right, lads, raise the colours." I don't know what the actual term is. Get the fucking cannons ready.
Raise the colors and run out the cannons!
There you go. That's what he says. And prepare to grapple. We're going to let off some shots. We're going to do a bit of damage, but we ain't going to sink 'em, lads. Now get to it and get ready to board. We're gonna fight if we have to. At the same time, the other ship, there's like a flurry of activity as your flag goes up. This kind of very scary black flag with this skull and crossbones on top of it. Everyone starts running. You don't have any specific orders, so if anyone wants to do anything specific, preparing to do something or just general ship work, let me know.
Can I climb in a cannon and be shot at them?
Do you have
I don't
another
think those
character
D&D
prepared?
youths.
Yeah, let him do it. Just let him
I'm
do
joking.
it.
Hey, I mean,
Can
wanna
I
see-
get a cannon loaded up with some kind of chain shot?
Did I
I
just
want
lag
to
out?
see it happen.
my job as GM is to say, if you really want to, you can, but so yeah. But no, I know you're joking. So sorry, what did you say, Damon?
Can I get one of the cannons loaded up with some chain shot
Oh yeah. Oh, you're yeah, absolutely. Okay.
to take out the main mass, ideally? Yeah. So assuming that the cannoneers know what they're doing, they'll have a couple of the other cannons shoot first to get the distance and the windage right. That way, when they actually use the chain shot, they hit what they want.
And as your kind of on the cannons, you see Mumbles is walking up and down. He's like, chains. Grape shot. That's still one word. Grape shot is one word because it's a type of ammunition.
Oh, sure.
I
mean, one way or another, those sails aren't going to be doing much.
Yeah, the majority of the cannons are loading up chain shot, but a couple of the he's not mumbly, he's casting spells. Yeah. There's a couple of cannons closer to the center that are loading up grape shot just in case of a need for it. And sorry, I'm blanking on logbox. I presume you're just kind of either prepared to jump in melee or I'll let you say what you're doing.
I am standing on the bow of a ship, staring at the other ship menacingly, with my shillelagh over my shoulder.
Okay. In that case, I think as the ship kind of hoves to essentially go parallel, there's a couple of as the galley kind of panics and sends off a couple of shots. It only has 4 cannon. It is a galley. It is not a. It is for transporting, and it's fairly low in the water, so it's probably holding quite a lot. And I think within the space of them starting to reload, the ship is in a decent position and decent distance to unload its first volley. So we're gonna go off Damman Brooks's role here, I think.
Okay. Do you
Um,
want me to roll anything specific?
so this would be, I think, I'd be happy with either wits or finesse and aim.
I don't think it'll make too much of a difference which one, but let's go for that. Any penalties or bonuses I need to know about?
Let's have a look here.
I don't think my character's got anything specific for this kind of thing, so.
Uh,
Is he using Paunch?
no.
I mean, I could sweet talk the
Yeah.
can. I don't think it's going to work.
You know what? It sounds a little strange,
Huh?
but I'm actually gonna give you an extra dice in this instance for criminal.
Okay.
Just purely because this is, and you can take this for the entire engagement. I don't know whether you'll have to roll again, but the thing is everyone else is a little nervous about their first time, like, actually pirating.
Fair.
Whereas for yourself, this is just for yourself and for Brooks, this is just something where it's like, yeah, you know, like, I don't give a shit about going up against officials or, you know, whatever. So yeah, I would say it makes sense for me that you would be a little more steady-handed, a little less, nervous comparatively.
Okay. Plus one dice it is.
Oh, goddamn!
I hit the mast.
Nice.
Mast doesn't exist anymore.
So, in instances like this, I feel it's always best to let the narrative go over to the person who rolled 3 10s.
So,
yeah.
okay, cool. Yeah, the chain shot that I loaded up into the cannon I've just fired seems to perfectly arc its way towards the center mast somehow. And yeah, obviously with a mast, there's usually a little bit at the bottom, which is more metallic, just in case anyone tries to damage it. But this goes just high enough to clip the thing almost into half as it slowly but surely starts to drop.
And
I think that's effective enough.
Yeah. I would say the galley. You know what? I think I would very much, because there's the main sail and then there's the front sail. There's only 2 sails. I'd be very happy with a roll like that for you to essentially, like,
I can't take out both sails. That's too much of an achievement.
I mean, dude, 3 10s and a 7 and a 6. Like, you essentially.
The chain somehow breaks and yet manages to take both out.
So what I would say is we adjust very slightly in that as the galley hoves to, your catch like swings around to the back of it, and the volley is unleashed in a progressive firing line. So when it comes to you, your shot sails over the back of the galley and directly through the chains go directly through the first mast and then directly through the second mast as well. Like, it's not 100% like, oh my god, you're so skilled. There's a little bit of luck in there too, to be honest, but it is a very good shot. And both of the first mast is essentially like decimated and just starts to fall immediately. The second mast is like damaged and starts to lean and starts to like lose the wind slightly. And as the next few shots go through, the back of the galley is peppered, and a couple more chain shots like fly through, taking out the remainder of the last sail, like knocking it down. The galley itself is essentially dead in the water with only its little amount of kind of push that it had left, as the captain shouts, Both sails are down, lads. Let's get close. Let's hook 'em and let's reel 'em in. And the the person on the wheel like spins it. The ship kind of spins and catches the wind because the Castilian galley was, into the wind. So coming up kind of almost parallel. Who's there to throw grapples and etc.?
Lockbox.
The question is, Mr. Farland there?
Probably not. I'm not sure that he'd go on this trip.
Then I can think of nobody to suggest to Skeleton to open up negotiations.
I thought that's what we were gonna try and do to begin with before killing them.
I mean, like, it's not exactly that you're going to be killing them, it's that you're going to grapple on board, right?
Yeah.
It's kind of on them whether there's a fight or not. Bowden, how about yourself?
Yeah, I'm getting a hook ready.
Okay.
I'm ready to board.
In that case, for the hooking, could I please get a...
Yes. What are us hookers doing?
Could I please
Yeah,
get
I-
a finesse aim from both of you?
Any pluses for being large?
Can you make an argument for it?
I have more muscle and I throw further.
How does that help you with a skill shot?
You want finesse, not strength.
Yeah, it's finesse, not brawn.
Hey, I had to try.
Yeah, fair.
It's gonna be real pitiful.
Okay.
I can re-roll that one.
So, if you want to, you can re-roll it, but
You get the extra dice because you squeeze the trigger really hard.
okay. That is
That's
along
not how guns work.
along with some of the others. That is enough to hook for both of you. I would say there's going to be one addendum I'll add, which is lockbox. You're going to want to be careful about your strength here, because you aren't hooked that like solidly. At this point, could I please get a brawn? And I will say, I think a brawl. A brawn athletics, please. And yes, you do get extra dice for being large, and any other type of like strength thing. I'd say bruiser for Bowden would be another dice. Now, as we have already discussed, in these type of instances, you are not bound by your... Okay. Wait. Is that brawn athletics?
Yup.
Do you not have much brawn?
I have 2 brawn.
And... Okay. And you are... Okay. So...
I think I accidentally ripped off the railing, sir.
So this is one of the reasons why I had this be an additional roll, because I knew that Bowden is a ridiculous big broody lad.
Technically, I could re-roll that 3, but I don't think I need to.
I don't think so.
You should. You could get 60.
Oh yeah, you know
Absolutely.
what? You're right. Here you go. Here's another 10.
What the fuck? Okay. So
I mean, we don't want to rip half the ship apart.
This is where Bowden
like,
is actually.
like we wanted to capture the ship and use it, not rip it apart.
So this is a fairly ridiculous thing. Would you like me to narrate what happens, or would you like to have a go yourself?
If you got an idea, Sheepy, lay it on me.
Okay, so all of the crew like start swinging their hooks, and they throw them, and they start like pulling in as they hook against the side of the ship. The ship's kind of starts moving towards them. Bowden, as you yank, just kind of like blindly, you've done this type of thing before. You yank and you hear like a ah. The captain of the ship comes flying at you, partially impaled in the leg, with a hook through his leg, and lands at your feet and says, "I surrender! I surrender! Please don't hurt us."
Nice.
Ah, Skelton, I caught the captain.
Arr.
And I'm gonna, while he's on the ground, I'm gonna put a boot on his back so that he can't get up.
And Skeleton comes.
Bowden, we weren't fishing. We were just trying to board the ship.
You got any trinkets on you? I actually asked the captain while he's on the ground. Does he have anything nice on him?
Take his goddamn hat, goddamn it.
Yeah, I'm gonna take his hat.
So he does have a hat.
Put it on backwards.
You've already taken his spirit. What more do you want?
He does.
His hat,
dignity.
obviously.
He does have a couple of decent gold rings.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and pilfer him.
Okay.
But
Sure, don't take his wedding ring, though. Don't be that guy.
oh, he can keep his wedding ring. I just really want his hat.
Yeah. Okay.
Ask him if he wants a divorce.
It just
But anyway.
got revoked.
But yeah, so yeah, Bowden has
So-
captured the captain.
Yes, and the other in the crew, like there's a few people kind of either dead on the floor or just kind of on their way to death, like wounded enough, Mostly it's like severed limbs, or I think one person is like fully cut in half. They didn't dodge the chain shot that like flew through them. And they are, but not too many damaged, not too many dead. The rest of them very, very quickly, when they see that the captain is like captured by a giant bear, are like, "Oh, we surrender, we surrender!" Very, very quickly. And you have your run of the ship. Now, I will open the option to all of you. If you would like to essentially try and fix up the sails and sail the ship back to your island, you can. Like, it is very, very viable. And I don't want to get in the way of that type of thing if that's something you'd like to do. I will say, in this instance, because you have to go back to the Western port, it's going to take a bit of time to fix the sails. Sorry, Dan Man, you did kind of wreck them.
I was thinking, how long is it going to take us to put that back up?
Yeah, no, guys, definitely do this. I'm planning to stay here for a
Yo.
little while and take baths and visit my family. Fuck y'all.
You're
Do your own
Don't
thing.
worry.
you're also not
But
you're also not too far away from the Castile fort, and I would say like
Chances of a patrol ship, possibly.
there's chances. I will be rolling, so like there's a possibility that you'll be spotted unnoticed, or that a patrol ship will see you. There's also the fact that this is a galley. Like, they're great for transportation. This isn't something you're in need of currently.
Don't worry, Bowden can
my vote
lift
goes
the
to. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Bowden can lift the mast up by himself.
This is true, but he can't fix it by himself. And the
I
sails
was-
are, yeah.
The
He will
mast is
keep
going to be
holding it
about
up
3
by
inches
himself.
shorter.
Capture the ship, y'all. Give me a vacation. Come on now. Be nice.
I don't want to capture the ship, but I want to try and talk some of these people into joining our crew.
That's a good point. We can use their crew to fix the ship up. Good thinking.
Shanghai?
Why would you do that? We don't have enough ships for the crew we have.
Oh, I mean, once we're done fixing the ship up, they can get dropped off at the nearest port. But, we needed the extra manpower.
Because we need more crew so we can get a second ship like you wanted.
Oh,
You have a second ship, my dude.
my vote was going to be for we want your money, not your lives.
Yeah.
But
I
I
mean,
think I might be outvoted at the current moment.
you can totally offer for them to join the crew. I'm not getting the vibe that anyone particularly wants to take the ship.
I want their loot.
Not really.
Okay.
I mean,
Yeah,
at
we
least
just
you
want the
did a good
supplies.
job stopping the thing from moving anywhere.
Yeah, I would say as well the like people in charge, you know, Skelton, etc. They have no particular intention of taking the ship. I don't want to dictate to you guys that you can't take the ship if you want to undertake this, you know, venture.
I'll be taking everything not nailed down, but the ship can stay.
All right. In that case, quickly after they
I'm
all
not sure.
surrender.
Is the mast still nailed?
Hold on, Bowden
I
takes
definitely
the
nailed
map.
it.
Yes, it is still.
Anyway,
Odin, bring the mast over.
You
understood. It will be my next whale hunting spear.
You all jump over the railings onto the other ship, and kind of like a portion of the crew takes. It's not really takes them prisoner because they're essentially just guarding them while you guys loot to your heart's content. So.
While I'm walking around and looting, I guess I will author if anyone wants to be on the winning side. Why don't you just come aboard?
Do you offer any of them a quick death?
I don't offer anyone any deaths, but I do offer them maybe if you're more brutally minded or something, you can join.
I was thinking about the ones that were, in the middle of dying, but
Oh, the ones that are anyone who's like beyond what a surgeon can do, I'll mercy them.
Yeah, you can totally just mercy those. Most of them have either bled out or been bisected anyway, so.
Just a couple quick neck snaps.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So. In the hold, you find, obviously there is some, like, planks. Essentially, like, building material planks, which are kind of okay, I guess. But the thing is you have an entire island with wood. It's not like the highest priority for you guys. So I will say that you have more importantly a large amount of tools for raw resource extraction.
Okay.
This is good.
So, what I am going to say is, you have, let's say, 10 raw resource extraction, a pool of that, right? You also have, let's have a look here. You also have, 5 more specialist items.
Okay.
Alright.
You also have very specifically 15, let's say 15 building assists. So what these are, I'm keeping them reasonably vague. What these are is essentially, if there is something you want to build, if there is something you want to make that doesn't require very advanced materials, etc., and as long as you have the materials themselves, you can build them in a, let's call it, in an away session. So, say for example, you guys head off, head off somewhere. you can still get things built while you're away, as opposed to having to stay there to organize things and to get things, etc., etc. This is something that can still happen. If you all go on an away mission and you all leave the island, you can still get things built. It's just you won't have your personal skills and etc. available. So it'll essentially guarantee things getting built as opposed to you guys having to roll for them, right? And I would say past that, there's going to be let's call it it's not very profitable in terms of like pure money. I'm gonna say 100 guilders, which is apparently the money.
Yeah.
And let me just have a look at. Yeah, you know what? A pick of something very basic, not necessarily basic, but something that you feel would be on the galley for yourselves individually. Something you would,
Ooh.
something so it could be like a sword or a pistol or something, or it could just be, some specialist like whiskey or something, things along those lines.
I can't get away with an anvil then. Okay.
So
I would.
Anvil.
So I would have.
So wait, just one sec.
Yeah.
So anvil would lie under specialist items. There could 100% be an anvil in there. I'd say me as GM. I'm very happy for you to basically be like, could one of those things be an anvil? I'll say yes. If you want, you can chat with everyone else. But seeing as you've gone on this, you've gone on this raid, I'm very happy to give you a priority for what exactly is there.
I'm thinking this is more for myself rather than everyone else. It's the whole thing of getting an anvil so that I can actually start to
but
things back together a bit. But
I mean, but the thing is like it's not like if someone comes up and says, "Hey, Brooks, what are you making? Can I have something?" You're gonna be like, "Nah, fuck off." So it is also for the island as well.
What are you buying?
Feel free to ask, but also at the same time, yeah, I'd say you can take an anvil from the specialist items.
I'm
find
getting a
the
bit ahead of
building?
myself. So I won't worry about an anvil just yet because I actually need to get something to heat the metal up first.
True. You can make a basic forge, like survivalist forge, reasonably easily. Yeah.
Could I get the? Oh, sorry.
I was just gonna say, like, things like pickaxes and stuff. Obviously, resource extraction tools gonna be viable. And then you got the building assist, so you could maybe even use a building assist to make a decent forge. Like it's not gonna be a top of the line one, but yeah. Sorry, what were you gonna say?
I was wondering. Sorry, I was wondering if I could have given Snorri instructions to bring me the captain's logs if they raid a ship.
Snorri's with you, mate.
No, I sent him with Bowden.
Bowden.
They'd already left by then.
God damn it. Okay, well then never mind. Snorri and I are drinking it up, and I'm playing the best wingman in existence. Whatever.
You can still ask Bowden to get the logs.
Captain's log.
Yeah, I would have told you that the logs are probably pretty important to understand what's going on with the seas.
Yeah, sure. I think since I've been requested, I will make my item that Bowden finds be some maps and the logs.
Sure.
That Gilligan and crap, what is his name?
Bergson?
Yeah.
Matthias.
Okay.
Matthias would enjoy.
Lockbox.
Can I find the building materials for a decent oven?
Can he steal the ship's oven?
I probably could.
I would say through the raw resource extraction tools, yeah, absolutely.
Okay. That is all I want.
Okay. If you'd like, we could you could have your item be like essentially a um.
A
Let's
really shiny pan.
well, we could say maybe like enough resources to build a decent oven. You know, as opposed to like needing to use the extraction tools. I think that would make sense like for them to have some kind of already created bricks or etc. to allow you to
All
What
right.
I'm what
That's
I'm
what needed.
recommending is in the 1650s and onward, ships were actually equipped with an actual metal oven.
not all of them, but yeah.
But
I mean, if it's there, I'll take it out of the wall.
this is a merchant ship. This is a merchant ship, Sheepy. This would actually be pretty high tech.
Maybe. I mean, it's not, you know, it's not a particularly important one, but
Sheepy, it's up to you.
I like the possibility of letting Lockbox build his oven. It feels a bit more appropriate. But if you
Okay.
want, you can just you can find some type of like kind of ship oven, I guess. Down to you, really.
I mean, it'd be funny to have me and Bowden just rip an oven out of the wall and walk it past these people.
I mean, yeah. Don't mind us just stealing your TV. Oh, and your microwave.
I like that idea.
Sure. Yeah.
Let's go with ripping the oven out of the wall.
In that case, you can just put like an oven. The crew kind of like running around gleefully shouting, like taking things, all that type of stuff. And within a fairly short amount of time, you've brought on everything that feasibly could work for the island and seems to be worth a decent amount.
Oh yeah, that was the thing I needed to look out for, a grindstone.
A grindstone.
That I can actually, something I can actually turn rather than actually sharpening things on normal strip kind of stuff.
Yeah, grindstone, totally. Yeah.
It doesn't need to be massive; just needs to be big enough that I can use that to sharpen things.
Let's say that when you kick down, when you walk through the already kicked down door of the officers, the captain's like quarters, there's a fairly nice like foot pedal grindstone, like quite small but still effective. Which you immediately pilfer and bring back over. And you're like, yes, haha.
Just what
picturing
I needed.
Brooks sees the door kicked down, closes it again, and re-kicks it down.
Aha! Within probably about 30 minutes, you've managed to transfer everything over, and Skelton kind of graciously allows the captain to kind of like hobble over and get assisted a little bit in getting back onto his own ship, and he says, "Thank you very much, lads. Next time, please, just raise the flag of surrender and we'll take what we need. But for now, we must be on our way. Good luck with the sails. Apologies, we didn't mean to destroy them quite so much as we did, but and immediately turns around, shouts like sails are unfurled, and there's like cheering and a couple of people like flipping the finger or being like, "Oh, fuck you," as you sail off with your booty.
I
And
want everybody to remember that Skeleton looks like Danny DeVito. We decided that last session.
I forgot that.
Yeah.
That's right.
Skeleton is Skeleton is sailing off like.
Sheepy, that was your decision.
Oh no,
I'm
dude!
just reminding everybody.
I am perfectly happy for him to be Danny DeVito. It makes it funny. So I think we are going to essentially end the session here, but to kind of wrap things up a little bit, we will have you returning to the Veston to pick up Hal and the rest of the new recruits, along with the few who had stayed with him. And by the time you return to the island, you notice a couple of watchtowers, one in the process of being built, one already being built. And as you hove into the bay, you see the tip, the prow of the Kelpie just sticking out a little bit of the sea close to the shore. It looks like things on the island are going well, but mostly because you now have a comfortable place to ship.
Yes, you're welcome.
Yay.
You weren't out there digging holes. Be quiet.
Yeah.
No, but I came up with the idea. Damn it.
So
I'm gonna be honest, Sheepy. I totally thought I was going to succeed so hard I failed.
no, honestly, like if you'd have rolled like a crit, I may have done that where you like accidentally rip off the. But when you roll so many fucking tens, you have to have something fun happen, right? And I was like, what's more fun than accidentally hooking the captain and just basically pulling him to your feet, and him just basically being like, "No, we surrender, no fighting, it's all good."
Get over here.
I want to point out that Bowden pulled a full-grown man at least 30 feet
Yeah,
towards him.
just sailing
Yeah.
through the air.
I would also like to say, if they didn't fight with Bowden in that battle, they're my house Carls now.
Well, they weren't with you. They weren't with them. Like, they'd already left.
Yeah, that's not my fault. I thought we were recruiting them to be on this raid. I'm taking
I
them.
didn't. Yeah, I feel like some things got lost in translation. Either
Yeah.
way.
So hopefully everyone enjoyed themselves. I find it very funny that it's like, oh man, pirates, yay! But what about if I build a? I think it's funny that anyone thought a Sheepy run show about like building a settlement on an island and being pirates wouldn't just turn into mappies.
Mhm. Are you sure I didn't
Look,
think
Sheepy,
that?
we need a place to ship.
It's true. It's true.
Yeah.
We gotta build the economy before we can build the army.
Yeah.
You must speculate to accumulate. So I need to grab a drink very quickly and also visit the toilet. But if anyone is leaving immediately, hope you guys had fun again. I will be back momentarily. So yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna hop off now. I need to get my dinner.
All right. Cheers.
Y'all
Bye.
have a good one.
Bye.
Yeah, have a good one.
See y'all later.
Bye.
But yeah, it was definitely one of those things where it's like Bowden would definitely go raiding. I
Yeah.
also just really wanted to do the investment thing.
Yeah.
So it doesn't really matter to me whose house Carls they are. It's the fact that they're there now.
Yeah, and I mean, anytime you go raiding, I'm probably going to be with you, so it's not like you're not going to have them at your advantage, but they're mine now. Like, if I had to spend a week with these sons of bitches, I'm not giving them up.
Did it even take us? We caught that ship really damn fast.
Yeah.
I don't even know how long it took.
Yeah, I was told it was going to be a week. I was staying at this port, so I'm doing a week.
Well, I mean, we've
Yeah,
taken the ship, but it's.
If I wasn't
Only
going
getting-
to,
Oh, sorry. Well, there's a bit of a difference between where the ship, where we call it the ship, and the other place we had to go to, isn't there?
Mm-hmm.
So
Okay.
it's still going to take us a while to get to where we were going.
Okay. Well, either way, my idea for the thing I was going to take from the ship was going to be something to impress your Husk girls.
Yeah.
But since you requested the logbook, I decided, you know what? I'll get some maps for Matthias and your logbook.
Yeah, logbooks
Now,
are infinitely more valuable than normal treasure because they tell you where you can find more treasure.
either way, but since it was a personal request, Bowden has some honor with him, right?
Yeah.
I'm back.
Oh, something that would have been infinitely useful as well would have been any cartographers maps or anything they had.
Yeah,
That sort of
that's why I
stuff Matthias
specified
would
the
have
map.
liked.
Yeah, that's why I specified the maps would be something Matthias would like.
Yeah.
Because Bowden, while he doesn't know maps, would just grab a bunch of things. I would steal a ship's oven.
There's probably nothing.
I had to do that meme.
There's probably nothing specifically like helpful in terms of maps, but the logs will probably indicate a couple of shipping lanes that would be useful to keep an eye on.
Yeah.
Also, I have this captain's hat, so I guess I can just be like twirling that around my finger or something.
Pretty much,
Or
yeah.
give it to Jose.
Yeah.
Just
Look
give it to
at me,
Jose.
I'm
Here
the
you go. Here's
captain.
a Castilian hat.
Yeah, look at me, I'm the captain now.
Yeah.
I mean, my respect for Jose went up immensely once I watched him duel someone and beat him.
Yeah, that really was a moment for Don Jose where it was like, okay, respect up. The crew will remember this.
I like how I was gone for. I wasn't here for like 5 hours of the session. I come back, I talk a little bit, stuff, and then I rolled like a goddamn giant. And then that's my contribution. That's just how I contribute, apparently.
I mean, hey, it works. Damn.
We rolled so many tens in that encounter.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, 7 tens. Yep. Didn't take much.
Locksbox floundered so that Bowden could flourish. He took all the bad luck.
Lol.
I
mean, my roll wasn't great either, so.
You wouldn't steal a ship's oven.
I think you rolled 8 tens between the two of you, actually.
Yeah, quite a few.
I'm glad I listened to that voice in the back of my head telling me to re-roll.
It's like, I guess I could re-roll that 3. Oh, it's a 10. That's 4 tens. Yay.
I believe the words I said was like, I'll re-roll that 3, here's the 10. And then I actually rolled a 10.
Oh, I thought you
Yeah.
said here's a 10 after you'd rolled it. Okay, that's
No, it was as I was pressing enter.
I will
Or it
never
might have been
not
just a-
recommend re-rolling if you have the option.
Yeah.
I was fully prepared to accidentally rip the railing and part of the mast off that ship.
So I have just as a heads up, I have a fairly hectic couple of days for just generally life and stuff. It may be a little while before I upload this recording.